Hello. Welcome, guys. Welcome to Norway Chess Classical 2023 round number 2. And today, Gukesh is going to be playing with any guesses. Any guesses? It's going to be extremely exciting. Yesterday, we had a brilliant game, Alireza versus Gukesh. All of you had missed it. Please do watch it. And today, we are going to cheer him up against Nakamura. So, Gukesh is white and the games have not yet begun right now. But I will tell you the pairing for today. It's Magnus versus So Wesley. Yesterday, Magnus lost. Fabiano beat Magnus. Then there is Aryan Tari versus Nodirbek. Then we have Gukesh versus Nakamura, and only two players are on 3 points. I think we were having a big debate of whether a win gives you 2 points or 3 points, but it is 3 points, guys. 3 points, that is correct. So Gukesh got 3 points yesterday, and so did Fabiano. So only two players on lead. Anish versus Fabiano today, and Anish is white. Will he be able to out prepare him? And Alireza versus Shakhriyar Mamedero. That's the pairing for today. Gukesh is white. He has played with Nakamura in Tata Steel number of times. If I must show you until the game start. Just a moment there. Yep. If I must show you until the game start. Here is Gukesh versus Nakamura. We have some details there. And what do you think? What's going to happen today? What are your guesses? Also, all of you must know, if the game ends in a draw, then they will have to play Armageddon. That will be the very interesting thing. If this happens a draw, then Gukesh versus Naka Armageddon will be very interesting. But welcome to all of you. Kaise ho? Kasakai? Kem cho? Enne Pendra? Maybe. Ayan Hyde says, roses are red, violets are blue, jeetega Gukesh, harega Hikaru. Kya hi rhyming? Naveen asks, where is commentary king? Sagar Saha. Naveen, it's Shah. Saha is, I think, from Odia, if I'm not wrong. By the way, look at this. Okay, look at this. Gukesh has played with white against Nakamura. These are the 4 games I'm having here. And he has beaten Nakamura in Tata Steel India Blitz. So that was in November, and it was a Blitz tournament. In Rapid, when they play, it ended in a draw. Before that, they played in Airthings Master. And before that, also it was Airthings Master. So where Gukesh had lost and one was draw. So it's going to be interesting. Let's come back here later. But games are yet to begin. Alright. Or am I missing something? Let me know. Hi to all. I hope you have had your dinner and come here relaxed. Arjun says enne pendre. You know Tamil words. Enne pendre. So barabari tha, almost there. I know a few ones. And guys, all those who are asking where is Sagar is, he is at Nagpur. There's a rating tournament which is happening there, and there are also exhibition matches. So it's VD versus Swidler and Ronak versus Nigel Short. So Sagar is there today. He has taken interviews of all the 4 guys, so he will be putting up the interviews. Do watch them. Yes, the format is round robin, 10 players, 9 rounds. 10 players, 9 rounds. And after 40 moves, they have 10 seconds increment. Before that, they don't have it. By the way, this game, he is very good. Gukesh versus Nakamura, the way he has beaten, and he has also, I think, mentioned it somewhere that this is one of the very beautiful games. Okay, so let's see if any update. Guys, do you... the games have begun. Awesome. D4 by Gukesh. Oops, mouse slip. D4 by Gukesh, and Nakamura plays D5 there. He is prepared. By the way, in the last we are going to compare with live database as well and check whether this opening is Nakamura going to bring something new on the table or not. Vidit match starts tomorrow. Bharat says interested in watching Vidi's match. He is my favorite. अरे awesome. टाइम नहीं दिख रहा है says आदित्य. टाइम आ जाएगा, अभी तक नहीं आ रहा है, but they will be working on it. सब आ जाएगा. Let's go Gukesh. Yes, absolutely. QGD on the board. Okay, we'll have it. Maybe a minute or two initially they'll have some delay. But by the way, what has happened in Magnus Carlsen's game versus Wesley? Magnus opened with e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. Rai Lopez is something which Magnus went for. And he takes there. So Berlin defense in Carlsen versus Wesley. Aryan Tari versus Norderbeck has happened. Rosolimo, Sicilian Rosolimo there. He did not go for open Sicilian. That's what Aryan Tari has gone. Okay, here rookie 1, c3, d4, these ideas. Gukesh versus Naka. We have the second move. He has gone c4. Naka has replied e6. Let's quickly check Anish versus Fabiano. They have made a few moves. d4, nf6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4. Now that's Nimzo Indian on the board. And Anish goes f3. Do you know the name of this opening, guys? Which variation of Nimzo Indian? Which variation of Nimzo Indian is it? Yes, Narendra. Same-ish. Same-ish, says Mohammed. Yeah, I think it's about a matter of pronunciation. But Aditya, Akshata, spelling में सबका ये है. I don't know the Kimoch variation, but I know this is a same-ish. F3 line, very, very dynamic. d5 main line by Fabiano. a3, bishop takes c3, b takes c3, and now c5, still in the main line. And now after these exchanges, d takes c5. White goes for such a structure which looks so damn weak, but he is gonna go for some dynamic play there, keeping his king mostly in the center, and maybe he goes e4, maybe he keeps the king on f2. Those are also some of the ideas there. Quite interesting. A lot of new developments have happened. Queen a5 has been played, and Anish is thinking e4 is the main move here. He plays e4. Let's see what Fabiano is going to do. Very quickly, Ali Reza versus Shakhriyar Mamedov, they have played exchange. Queen's gambit accepted here, and they are going into a crazy line. I mean, it looks like the main line, but no, not main line. Bishop b4, knight c3, knight f6. It's kind of a side line. Yeah, we will come back to it because this opening we should check it out. Looks interesting to me. Going to Gukesh's game, which is advancing very slowly, very, very slowly. Akshay Natu, hello, welcome. I still chuckle whenever I hear Mame, what, that hard? Mamedero. Okay. Why? Or maybe I missed the joke. I don't know. Akshay generally has funny things to say. By the way, Nakamura is taking a long time there. We really must check what had happened in the games before when Gukesh played with Nakamura. There we are, guys. Here we are in live database, database.chessbase.com, if you can see it. And Gukesh had played in Tata Steel Rapid against Nakamura. He had played e4 in this game. And this game had ended in draw after after a few moves, which was the opening. Rai Lopez was played here and it ended in a draw. In the next game, Gukesh had gone for d4, which was a blitz game. The earlier e4 one was a rapid game. In the blitz game, Gukesh went d4. So he has played both e4 and d4. And for d4, Nakamura had replied with knight f6, c4 e6, and knight f3 d5. This is what happened in Tata Steel blitz against Nakamura. So, is he going to repeat? Is he going to repeat? In fact, we have to check. And the other games which were played, let me see. Here also Gukesh had started with d4 and Naka replied knight f6, e6, and he went for Nimzo Indian. And the first game which was played, there too Gukesh went for d4 and Naka, and it was a London system, by the way. So this is what happened. So is Gukesh going to play London system today? That's a question for us. Let's look at the game. Many moves have happened now. Knight c3, and no, Naka plays Tarash. Do you think Gukesh would be expecting Tarash? He goes e3, Nakamura goes knight f6, Gukesh goes knight f3, and Naka goes knight c6. Gukesh goes for the line a3, it's the main line there. Naka takes dc4, bishop takes c4, and a6. We are going for Tarash defends main line. Guys, did you expect this? Arey, Akshay says, you forgot my joke. What is Shakriar paternal uncle called? Kakedaro. Yes, you have cracked so many jokes that maybe good time to revise all the jokes. Akshay Natu. Ranjay says, I made a graphic that shows how Guki rating wise was the strongest 16-year-old. Higher rated than Carlsen and Firuza at that age. Age 17 is going to be tough, as this is when they skyrocketed. Right. So this is an important year for sure. And Gukesh has just turned 17 2 days ago. That is on 29th. So definitely this year, as you say, based on the statistics, things should change drastically. Kirtana asks, no. Yeah, but he has a similar one. Okay. So, by the way, Archana says Arvind is also leading Dubai Open. That is great. Shall we check the opening now, Tarash? And shall we check if Naka has played this? Let's go. Let's try to see live database right now. And let me just forget the people there. Let me go to live database here. And d4, what did he start with? d5 or c? Yeah, he started with d5. Gukesh went for c4. Naka played e6. Gukesh went knight c3, and here Naka played c5, just right over here. Let me search. Why is it not taking the board? Yeah, that's there. c5. Shall we check? Look at this. Carlsen has played number of games. Can you see that? Giri, as we know, Anish Giri is everywhere. So we are never surprised anymore to see Anish Giri. Vishy has played. And, well, shall we try to see if Naka has played it? Or it's going to be a big surprise. Oh, they're showing only the top games. Of course, Naka would have tried everything. Maybe I'll also go to Mega Database, but it may not be updated. But let me just try to check there as well. Chessbase 17, guys. Yes, there we have d4, d5, c4, e6, knight c3, and c5 was played by Naka here. I'll update it tomorrow so that we get, but really no Nakamura, really, I will be very, very surprised if there's no Nakamura here. Hikaru. Maybe it is in H or maybe it is in N. We have time. बहुत लंबा गेम है, आराम से देख सकते हैं. Guys, this what I'm like right now looking at is Chessbase 17, and it's a very good tool to prepare for serious opponents. No, I don't find Hikaru's games here in at least H. It will be in N. Let me just confirm it one more time. If Hikaru has come with a big surprise for Gukesh, then that would mean that Gukesh will need to start on the board. Like, it's gonna get very original. He'll have to think what Naka would have prepared, and that's not at all going to be an easy task. Not at all. No, I don't see Naka's games. Oh my god. Okay. So that is right now. I mean, my Mega is not updated since last few months or something. That I'll update tomorrow. But otherwise, before, Naka has not played Tarash. What do you think of it, guys? How much is it going to be difficult for Gukesh to get out of the opening problems? He goes A3, takes A6, B5, still line here, bishop A2 and bishop D3. You have two ways to continue. Gukesh goes bishop D3, decides to keep the bishop on this diagonal. Nakamura goes bishop B7. He doesn't take here on D4. By the way, over here, if you take CD4, ED4, and if black takes knight takes D4, then what should white play? Can you tell me? This is a blunder. What should white play? He played against Ding. Okay. Ranjit, if YouTube has done something, we don't know, but if there was anything earlier, normally we have not done anything yet. I'll check it out, but if YouTube has done something, then it's not in our control. I'll check it out. He played twice. When did he play, guys? When did he play? Hikaru played and lost one game. In fact, 2 games Naka played. Search with Naka. It is there in Mega Database. Yeah. So my Mega Database is not updated. Guys, amazing. Great use you guys are doing. By the way, this move is a blunder. The question I had asked, why is this a blunder? Why is this move a blunder? Did you get it? Tell me 2 moves. Array, Abhishek Malik, right on the spot. I like it. Very, very quick there. Knight d4, queen d4, and here you have a typical pattern, a disco there, bishop b5 check. Remember, this d4 pawn cannot be taken so easily. इतना थोड़ी आसान होएगा, वो तो बंदा बहुत ज़रूरी है गेम में. So bishop d3 was played, Naka goes bishop b7, and Gukesh goes queen e2. Yes, we do not have time here, as you guys have observed. I am hoping it might be some error, and it should, maybe let me check some other game. No, there too we do not have time yet, but let's wait and see if they will update, and we'll be alert. Right now it's okay, it's not much of a problem because we are watching the game live. Few more moves are happening. They are playing quickly. Bishop d3, rook e1. Gukesh went here, rook e1. See, guys, do you realize the idea of this move? What is the idea of this move? When black takes cd4 and white will take ed4, this rook is already on a beautiful file then. So that's the move. Though it is behind a pawn currently, the file is not yet open, but he knows that it's going to get open. So rook e1, what Naka does is he goes queen c7. He develops his queen. No, unlikely that he's planning long castle. That would be disaster. Gukesh goes queen e2. Simple development again. Once again queen e2. And black goes, Naka goes rook d8 over here. Now, the question is this pawn hanging? Because 1, 2 and 3 guys. Whereas you are 1 and 2 guys. And now there is no disco. So is this pawn hanging? Is that a threat which white needs to be careful? Let's say I make a simple move like bishop d2. Bishop d2 and takes, I say you can capture the pawn. You see knight d4 and rook d4. When I look at the position, yes, this king is still in the center. Yes, the bishop still needs to develop. So there are still 1 and 2 moves for black to castle and get to safety. But right now, immediately, is white having anything which can stop black's idea? No, you don't see that easily. No sack over here is happening. No good idea is happening. Maybe rook c1 is a great idea where you are threatening knight b5 as a fork. But still the bishop develops. And if you go b4 over there, then black to play. Nice move. Can you find it? Can you find a nice move for black? Wow. Rakshit says Tarash has a funny gambit. Got it. We will definitely put those moves, Rakshit, here. Travel with Nikhil Roshan says 400 people are watching. Guys, at least 200 likes kar do. ठीक है, 50% off 200 likes कर ही दो guys. There is bishop e5 check and a fork, but it's 2 pieces for rook. Okay, black to play right now. What are your suggestions? Rook g4, rook g4. सबको rook g4 जाना है. So many of you want to go rook g4. Not a bad move, not a bad move. Strongest move would be to go rook h4 so that you are threatening a mate. And for a move like h3, this is the beauty here. This is the beauty. And I'm telling you, find it. क्योंकि दिल को खुशी मिल जाएगी. खुशी. And I want you to feel that happiness. It's a beautiful move. Yes. Rakshit finds the beauty. Rook h3. Reema Patil. Aditya. Lokesh. Devin. Yes, many of you have found queen g3 also, which is also great. So definitely that also works. Both are beautiful moves, and these pattern in itself, if you just have a look with the double bishop eyeing there, it's going to be deadly. Rook h3 once again threatening mate here, and if you take, then there is this check and queen g2 mate. Okay, that was good enough to get a good idea how black, in spite of having the king in the center, how his pieces can simply get those attacking possibilities. So Gukesh goes over here for rook d8. He goes rook d1. Still we are in the opening, and it's not like he has been thinking. So it means, I mean, we don't have the time, but we can sense the moves, the way he is playing, the way the moves are happening fast. He's prepared. It's not like a big surprise. Now he goes rook d1 because this time, what is his plan for takes rook d4? It's the same when the queen was on d8. The same idea here. It is bishop takes b5 check, and you win the rook over here. Bishop takes b5, a takes b5, rook takes d4, and no, there are no ideas as of now. So this works. So he goes rook d1. You might ask a question here, if why rook e1 and then rook d1? Because that is what black decided to place his pieces in such a way that it is okay for white to put this another move in going rook d1, right? That is the reason. It's not like a waste move yet. Important is, what is Nakamura going to do now? Like, is he going to play a simple move like bishop e7? That could mean that now dc4, because you have made one move and then you'll have to make another move. Can Nakamura play c4 and just completely release the tension and allow this bishop here forever, and then e4 and that dynamic play? That is another question. Or is he going to simply take and then develop bishop e7, which seems quite likelier? So let's see. I think these are the few possibilities for Nakamura, and he is thinking what to do. Oops. This is Magnus versus Wesley. Lee Chess automatically refreshed, so we are here at this position, just so that we know. Last move, Wesley played f6 and Magnus is thinking time to maybe go knight h4, as f6 has blocked the control of the h4 square. So knight h4 looks like a good idea. By the way, Anish versus Caruana. What happened after queen a5 was played? He went e4, Anish went e4, knight e7 was played, still the opening theory, bishop e3, castle, and Anish goes queen b3, queen c7, Anish goes bishop b5 here, bishop b5, still the main move, knight e c6, and here he is thinking. Right now he is thinking he can develop his knight to e2, or he could even consider developing the knight to h3. Both the moves are possible. So Anish is thinking, and if I must go to Ali Reza's game, yeah, that's a little weird game. This opening, we should definitely check it out. By the way, let's check what Rakshit had suggested in Tara's opening. Rakshit, can you paste that again? Or let me find it. Maybe you can paste that again, if you can. Kirtana says, I am playing my second tournament next month. I mostly play Italian. What other openings do you suggest? Yeah, if you want to play the main lines, then Rai Lopez and Italian are the two strongest openings. Definitely you should go for that. The other openings, if you want to surprise your opponent, Scotch is good to surprise. Like, it's definitely something, if your opponent is not prepared, he can land up in trouble. Then there is Vienna. That's also interesting. More like a brother of Scotch. No, sister of Scotch, whatever. So I think these are the openings from white, but I would recommend you to not work too much on openings anyway, because I don't know which tournaments you're playing, but maybe more on the middle game and games and tactics. Okay, let's look at this funny gambit which Rakshit is suggesting. d4, d5, c4, e6, knight c3, c5, cd5 here instead of e, cd5, e takes d5, e4, d takes e4. Okay, e4 is the funny gambit. Yeah, d takes e4, bishop c4. Now c takes d4. Wah, wah re wah. And queen b3, good move for white. Here you are attacking this. Find a refutation for black. That's the question Rakshit is asking. All of you, find a refutation for black, and Rakshit will reply. Or Rakshit will read out names. Let me also try to think. Firstly, I'll calculate winning a piece for sure. But then, maybe that's, what's wrong? If you just defend f7 pawn. Doesn't seem like I am in the zone at all. But I think the moves for me which are coming to the mind, they are not attractive at all, but more like queen f6. No, knight d5 is going to be over. Knight e4 also. Oh. Takes, moves, develops. I would love to take the piece. Allow the check. Go king e7. Allow another check. Go knight f6. There's no mate, yeah? Yeah, how is that? Taking the piece. Okay, what's happening? I'm not understanding, Rakshit. Let's look at this thing. Queen h4 says trial with Nikhil Roshan. D takes c3. Queen e7. Queen a5. Queen e7. Rakshit says Queen e7 and Queen f6 are the most natural defense, but they are not the best. Okay, most natural and not the best. So what to play? So I'm gonna be reading out if anybody has got it right. Oh wow, Rakshit, that's really a good question. I just looked at the engine and found out the right move there. By the way, for people, let's try this. If you take the knight here, bishop takes on f7. If king goes to, e7, d7, wherever. Actually not firstly. Here it's saying that the only move for white is to collect this piece back, to recover the piece. If he doesn't do it, then white could land up in trouble as well. And bc3 is still equal. Yeah, just look at this. Unbelievable. This is completely unbelievable for me. Lovely line. Seems like a lot of tactics there. So just studying this line might improve your tactics. Another option is, instead of dc3, the right move is knight f6. And how does it work? Because you have defended this pawn, especially the e4 pawn, and now you have a strong center. And if you lose the pawn here, you go king e7 now, and this knight is attacked. Also with knight f6 there is no direct check. You can just capture it. And if this knight tries to save itself, then you just develop. The funny thing is, the central pawns and the development is still says that the king on e7 for now is okay temporarily, because you're gonna go d3, you're gonna go knight maybe d4, a6 and knight d4. This was cool, enjoyed it. Let's go back to the main game. You basically save your knight. It has hanging on. Yeah, it is hanging on. And the pawn on e4 and the square on d5. So rook e1, we saw rook d1 was played by Gukesh last, and what Naka played was takes. Like we expected, takes and bishop e7. So we are in a very thematic position. That's why yes, definitely opening might be Nakamura might have, maybe Gukesh, I don't know if he expected this or not, but in general he's not mostly going to be facing a lot of problems in the opening. Now guys, we have discussed this several times. What is this guy called? And what are the imbalances in the position? We have discussed this several times. So those who are maybe new, those who are not very sure, also those who are 100% sure, you can let me know what are the imbalances. Let's see. Ash asks, can you explain why do some players have 1 point and some have 1.5 if the games were drawn? Yeah, actually after a draw they get half a point each, and after that the one who wins the Armageddon, that guy gets the full point again. So half plus whoever has won the Armageddon, so it becomes 1.5, and the player who loses remains on half. That's how it's calculated. So isolated pawn, isolated pawn, isolated pawn, isolated queen pawn, IQP. Yes, that's what it is called, IQP. And what are the imbalances there? Checking out 3 queen side versus 2 queen side and 3 king side versus 4 pawn structure. It's not 3 queen side. We don't call it, 3 queen side, because generally 3 means they are connected. But what are these? 1, 2 and 3. And for black, 1, this is all connected together. Oops, maybe, yeah, this way. 1 and 2. What are these called? Yes, Deven Tiwari. Correct. Aditya Mohanty. Correct. Pawn island. These are pawn islands. So here in IQP, white has 1 extra pawn island, which means more the pawn islands, this is going to be, the pawns can become weaker. So isolated pawn means already it can become weaker. Why has Gukesh accepted this pawn island, this weak pawn? What do you think? Why is white okay in this line to have such a isolated pawn? What is the reason? Akshata Jain says, I am going for nationals at Delhi. Any suggestions for openings? It's so vast. Generally, I love Sissy. I would definitely say that you have to play main lines. If people don't play main lines and they start with side lines, it's not a good idea generally. For improving your understanding, you should play main lines. They're the most solid and it's very necessary, and you should be able to be a slightly flexible based on your opponent's games, right? Like how we are checking what Nakamura is playing, what Gukesh is playing, what they are expecting from each other, that kind of a thing. So when you look at your opponent's game, you should be able to kind of say ki, okay, your opponent looks weak in, let's say, positional play, and there you try to go for that kind of positional play, unless you are also weak. You are not weak, that's another point. But main lines you should definitely play, and my favorite is Sicilian, but it's very hard to tell you specifically what you should do because it's a lot based on your liking as well and where you have experience. Okay, in imbalances where people are suggesting here few things, let me check. Open file control, space advantage, center control. Got it. Okay guys, yes, when you have isolated pawn, as we know, that means these two files are going to be open, the adjacent files are going to be open. Then the isolated pawn gives you two beautiful squares, and you try, and because they are also on the open file, what happens many times is you have the pawn to support that square, as well as you mostly will have a rook to support that square. So a knight generally is beautiful on such a square. Not always easy to get that, but that really is a very powerful knight. Imagine this knight on f5 putting pressure on f7 point, indirectly on e6. Definitely that's a good one. But the problem is d4 is under pressure, so this is not going to be an easy move to happen. Also, if you want to go knight e5, you must need to know whether these exchanges and whether the pawn going to e5, is it going to be weaker on e5 than where it exists, that's on d4. So these will be the questions which you will need to ask at that time. Already Nakamura now is making Gukesh think here quite a bit, in fact. And what is Gukesh thinking? Is he thinking about developing this bishop to e3, or is he thinking about developing it to g5, because he cannot go to f4 for sure. And once black castles, okay, let's go there later. I'll ask you one more time the tactical question when the situation arises. But this is one thing which Gukesh is thinking, to develop the bishop. And this was the other thing which I was going to say. Gukesh will be thinking of taking a pawn break. Wow, that is amazingly alert move by Gukesh. He says, you have not yet castled. Let me try. I cannot open the center. I don't have the opportunity. Let me try to see if I can weaken this thing here. If you take the pawn on a4, just look at this thing. Firstly, a6 is weak and a4 is weak. And which pawn would you like to capture? Bishop takes a6 or rook takes a4? A question to all of you. Which pawn would you like to capture here? Prasad Duri says it is an annoying pawn sitting at the center. Annoying, I'm not sure that pawn could be. I mean, you always have to take care of that. But it also gives you so much possibilities, yeah? Bishop a6. Most of you want to capture bishop a6. That's cool. And a few of you did suggest rook takes a4. Now it's not very easy. If you see the bar, okay, rook a4 आया. Firstly, what do you think is d4 is protected? a6 पे और attack. बढ़िया है. It's amazing. What is black going to do? This comes to the mind. But the problem here is the black knight is going to jump to b4, attacking your light square bishop. This definitely is something to think about, and you don't have possibility to take the pawn over there. So ये एक problem definitely है. And if you go back to b1 or something, black is simply going to castle. Okay? So this looks fine, and this knight sits here right now forever. Going back, if you take bishop takes a6, now black does not have it anymore to defend the a6 pawn. And it's difficult to defend the a4 pawn because you already have two attackers there. So after winning a6, you will also win the a4 pawn most probably. That's why if b takes a4, this bishop a6, mostly white will win one of the pawn, one extra pawn. So that is why ba4 is definitely what Naka is not going to play. Then what? If he doesn't take here, his pawn is hanging by 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces and only one defense. That means the forced move here for black is b4. Forced. Now if b4 happens, the knight again cannot go to these places. It would definitely not love to go back to a2, b1 and not d1. In a way, knight e4 becomes forced again. This is what right now Naka will be calculating. b4, knight e4. Once again, black to play. Now if black says, okay, chal koi nahi, I'll just simply castle here. If black castles here, white says, alright there, I am planning to develop my bishop. And he develops the bishop to g5. You can see more pressure on the f6 point. More pressure on f6 point means that more pressure on which other point? Indirectly, can you tell me? Can you guess which other point? Because of f6 pressure by bishop and knight, indirectly black's another. Yes, there you are. Alert. क्या बात है? Lovely. Sentil, Sarvani, Soham, Clara. Well done. Of course, more pressure on h7 point because of the bishop and the queen, which could also put pressure in number of ways. So that is another thing. So bishop g5, and suddenly what is happening is white's pieces are going for activity, quick activity कि चलो कुछ करते हैं, बस बैठना नहीं है. Rook c1 in the air, bishop a6 is another thing in the air. Black will have to calculate and consider, right? It can't be like he just simply loses the a6 pawn वहाँ पे. That's not gonna happen there. So a4 is a very, very nice move by Gukesh. Lovely move there. Any game has happened? No game has happened here. So Nakamura will definitely need to think here though he will play b4, knight e4. Here at this point of time, instead of castle, Nakamura might consider some other ideas, like maybe taking here. Problem with taking here is if you go queen e4, then black to play, you cannot take the knight with the queen and say to black, you cannot castle, dude. That's not happening there. Because black says, dude, your queen has come in tiger's grasp. So what should black play? Yeah, that was a maybe very simple question, right, guys, for you. Knight d4. Today I should be asking you a lot of difficult questions. Let's do that. What do you think? Are you guys ready for that? Knight d4 disco. Do you like difficult questions or do you find that boring? What's your honest opinion about it? Nikhil Roshan says 300 likes करने हैं guys. Thanks for reminder. Let's do it. मज़ा तो आता है, आंसर भले ना आए, says निखिल रोशन. अरे क्या बात है, like it. I love difficult. Yes, difficult questions. Okay, cool. But for that, guys, you will have to help me with one promise in the chat. You might think of writing promise. We promise you or something. I will ask difficult questions. I don't want you to take any help from engine. No help. In fact, गलती से दिखने वाला है तो avoid it. So do you promise that? And then today let's keep a tough day with difficult questions. Let's accept challenges. Do you promise that you will not look at the engine? Yes, Ratna, Senthil, Aditya से समय की कसम, अक्षता, नरेंद्र, अकबर, Celebrian, Generate. Shitty Hostel says difficult question. I just learned castling. You can try. If you don't get it, it's fine. You can just learn. Promise will not eat engine. अरे क्या बात है? Chat is amazing. मज़ा आ रहा है. This is so much fun today because I am getting a license. You guys are giving a license to ask difficult questions. ये license मैं सागर को बताऊंगी. Sagar, I applied for this license and then I got at least 100 promises in the chat, and that's the license that I can ask difficult questions. He still needs to get that from you guys. We'll keep for him 1,000 promises maybe, and then he gets the license. Okay, so that's happening. A4 has been played by Gukesh and we are looking at this game. In the meantime, very quickly, I am gonna look at other games as well. And thanks to all of you for promising and being so honest there. So this is the game, Magnus versus Wesley. Knight d2, knight f8. Magnus went knight d2 here. Oh, after f6 he did not go knight h5, knight h4. He goes queen e2 and he goes knight d2 with a completely new plan. What was Magnus's idea of knight d2 move? Guys, that's a question for you. A difficult question. What's the idea of knight d2? Where is the knight going? What is the idea of knight d2? Not many are falling in my trap, huh? I'm like, where is the knight going? So that you will only think of the knight move. But no. Aditya, Fish Mongal, Beloglavi, Anokhe Lal. Devin fell for my trap. Harsh so also. Aditya, Hunan. World Sepak, Sanskar. Sanskar, आपके संस्कार बढ़िया है. Yes, guys. Array travel with Nikhil Roshan. Well done. F4 is Magnus's idea. So knight f8 played by Wesley, and will Magnus play f4 here? Let's see, guys, whether it matches with your move. F4, That's the idea, and some dynamics are happening there because these pawn structure here, doubled pawns, rook is somewhere बाहर घर पे बैठा है, सोया है. So this is Magnus's game. We'll come back to it. He's trying to create plans. This is a moment of trying to create plans, which has maneuvering, deciding where the pieces again have to shift. यहाँ से वहाँ. You guys, let's say today you will be staying at one place. You're like, नहीं यार, इधर too much of a city life. I want to go to some naturistic place. Let me shift. ये हो सकता है. और you guys are already in a नेचरिस्टिक प्लेस एंड यू गाइज विल से नहीं यार सिटी में जाना है, वॉन्ट ऑल दैट हसल एंड बसल, मुंबई की लोकल ट्रेन में ट्रैवल करना है. सो दैट शिफ्टिंग इज हैपनिंग देयर. ओ माई गॉड. एंड हियर समथिंग वियर्ड इज हैपनिंग इन आर्यन तारी's गेम. Let's have a quick look. Guys, look at this move here. I just came here randomly and Aryan Tari played this move. Wow, what an amazing move. B4. Just giving a pawn there. What is the idea? Here you wanted a tough move. What is the idea of the move b4? If black captures the pawn with the knight, what is white's idea here? वाह क्या बात है. लवली. सेंटिल, विद्यासागर, वर्ल्ड सेपाक, हुनन, आदित्य, टिफिस्पो. डिफिकल्ट नेम्स यार टुडे. हर्षोराब. यस, चैतन्य, देवेन, अक्षता. वेल डन. The idea is if knight takes b4, then you have actually deflected the knight and the plan of Aryan was to go e5. This was the idea and just look at black's pieces. Yet, it's not like white is clearly better or something. It's a completely crazy position, very unclear. Looks very active for white, but I think the line they have chosen is just brilliant. Lot of craziness there. So b4, his opponent played c takes b4. I mean Norway played c takes b4 and Aryan went a3 like Benko, opening the files there. But what Norway says here is, nahi yaar, I want to give up material. I just had it as a tool. I don't care about it anymore. And he didn't take the pawn and allow another development with white. He played b3, but Aryan Tari went c4, said no, I don't want my pawn on the b file, I want it on the c file. g5 has been played by Nordirbek. What a line. This, what was Rosoli move? Yeah, this was Rosoli move. Wow, this is so brilliant. Takes by Aryan on b3, g4 by Nordirbek, hg4, knight g4, and Aryan Tari is thinking. Black's pieces there, but looks like only two pieces. बाकी लोग कहाँ हैं? They will have to join. Because otherwise the attack to work out, it's not gonna be easy. So black will try to see how he can get his pieces. There is one beautiful maneuver which black has. Guys, look at this. Can black think of something like this? Queen a5, queen h5. That would be epic if something like that happens and some sacrifices. So this is interesting. This is a very interesting opening we have got. And all those people who were asking about openings, yes, Rosolimo is definitely something you can look into. Right now at this point, Aryan can play d4 and take complete control of center. Going to Gukesh's game, did he play? No, Nakamura is thinking a4 has been played because it was such a great move by Gukesh that he has got Naka into thinking. That is important because we know Naka loves to play fast. So, बहुत बढ़िया. Anish Giri. What is Anish Giri doing? let's look at it. After queen b3, queen c7, bishop b5, he developed his knight on e2 there. Yes, Aditya, that was a hell of a game. Absolutely. There's some leeches issues, so clock is not yet visible and we are hoping that they will be solving it very soon. So knight e2 here by Anish. Caruana plays knight a5. Attacks the queen right now. This queen goes to b4. Says कि ठीक है मैं तुम तीनों का ध्यान रखूँगा. It looks like the parent of these 3 little kids and it's taking care of all of them. It's not gonna let go any of them run away. No. Caruana says knight b6. Again the queen is attacked. Again it has to decide a square. Where to go. Not easy place to that Anish is in right now. Queen a4 looks likely. But Anish is making sure he's still maintaining that extra pawn there. He's making sure about that. And soon he is also going to be ready to castle. So that's another interesting imbalance we have, being a pawn up but such a weak structure out there. And will Anish be able to get his pieces to some beautiful squares? Will Anish be able to make those right decisions of which pieces to exchange? Whether this bishop should exchange with the knight, whether the bishop should stay and then go where? This again over here it will be exchanged. Oops, sorry, that was my blunder. But, I mean, by mistake. Yeah, so that would be question because the bishop here also is not very good unless this pawn is not fixed on e4. So, we will come back to Anish's game once again. Let's go to Firuza's game. They had also crazy opening there. By the way, what's happening in the chat? All okay? I hope so. Queen's Gambit worth watching. Asks Andra, maybe chat can help you. Clock not visible, that's some leeches issue as I said. Shouldn't Hikaru play knight b4 to gain bishop pair advantage? Asks I am an Indian engineer. We will go back there. The d6 square is a weakness for Black and Anish's game. Absolutely. When is Sagar joining? I'm not really sure when at all. I have sent him a Zoom link. So he will definitely call me. Okay. Let's go here. Bishop e3 was played by Firuza. Guys, how interested are you to check this opening? Yes. Do you want to... What is the name of this opening? Does anybody know? What is the name of this opening? England Gambit. English opening type. England. I thought you guys know it. I तो don't know it. Because D4 में बहुत सारे नाम. When it is generally for me, my knowledge of opening names is like Shakespeare says what's in a name. So Sagar is the expert to remember all the names of those sidest of the sidelines. So what is the name of this opening? Anyway, I thought it's a gambit or something. But if we look at if we go and look at was Queen's Gambit expected? Queen's Gambit accepted. What a slip of tongue there. But let's just try to check, okay? Let's just go here. E5 has been, this is where, yes, look at this. E5, a lot of games, more than 4,000 games have happened in E5. So this is not at all a sideline. Here he played knight f3. Alireza played knight f3. He followed the main line. And what was the move for knight f3? Bishop b4 check was given. Not e takes d4. He went knight c3. And now did he play e takes d4? No, still not yet. He played knight f6 here, only 26 games. So that's what is come with black. Wow. And who are the top players who have played this? Dominguez, Yu Yangi, Ivanchuk, Ilya, Van Forest, Jordan. Alright, Pragnananda. Oh, Pragnananda has also played this. Interesting. And he had drawn. Okay. So this is still not a very common thing what Shakriyar has played. But we know he's a very, very creative player. Knight e5 has been played. Vidit versus Guenthai. Yeah, this is another game. Ding has played it with white. Nepo has played it with white as well. And this came on the board. This did come on the board. B5 was played here. You can see 13 games only. B5 was played by Mamedero as well. Did he go F3 there? Yes, F3 was played. Castle was played. This too was played. They are following Vidit versus Guen yet. And A4 was played here, I think, by Vidit. But in this case, he played A3. No, Vidit had gone for A4. Yes, Vidit had gone A4 in this position against Guan Thai, but Ali Reza went for A3. And because my mega is not updated, but a year back at least there are no games with A3. So there we are. At least we now know the opening. And let me go back to the main. Oops, not this one. Yeah. Main board. So A3 is the new move there. Guys, how do you find this opening? क्या लग रहा है? I like your creativity there, but yeah. How do you find this opening? Do you think you can play this with black or white? I mean, if you had to play this with black, would you be excited? Okay, so A3 was played by Firuza. Mamedaro goes back bishop A5 and now he goes A4. Ali Reza first kicked this bishop away and now went for A4. Very interesting because Vidit had gone for direct A4. So the only difference is the bishop is on A5 instead of B4. Let's see what difference it will make. A6 played by Mamedaro and bishop E2. If you take and no, sorry, there is still a pin. What the hell? Too many pins there. Nothing works. Bishop E2, knight D7, bishop E3 by Ali Reza is just developing and keeping the center strong here. Next, he is going to castle, and if knight E5, D5, he is not worried about the double pawns there. Takes, maybe not rook because the rook is beautifully placed. Maybe king D1. And king c2 sounds like it. So this is a great position for white. He has a strong center and he might go f4 as well. Okay, I guess today we have a lot of interesting games. For a4 we have a news, and the news is Naka has still not made a move for a4. What a move by Gukesh. Hats off to Gukesh already at this point. First point. Narendra says Whitey gives ads in live stream. That's disturbing. Okay. Very complex. So last question by me was that would you like to play that opening, and Narendra says very complicated. Akaran says it is unusual. Sepak says it would be challenging. Yes. Vinit says no job, no girlfriend, no excitement. अरे कुछ नहीं. There are lot more things in life. Chess से excitement लाओ. Excitement आएगा तो job मिलेगा फिर girlfriend मिलेगी. Maybe a reverse cycle might work there. Just try it out. Thank you, Asrita. Okay. So, Knight b4 Hikaru game. Yes, that was the question which I was going to come to Indian engineer. So here you ask directly knight b4 if black plays. Now, can we ask you and the chat ki if knight b4 is played, attacking this bishop on d3, what should white play? What should white play? It's a good question there, for sure. And I like if you guys are also going to be asking such questions. It's gonna be fun. Victorious Silver says, I want Guki world number 1. There we go. Go, Gukesh. Gukesh. Let's call him Gukesh. Or Goki. Instead of Guki, let's call him Goki. Guys, do you like Goki more or Gukesh more? To cheer him up. Venkatrangan says AB5. World Sabak says AB5 free pawn and 10 question marks there. बहुत ही दिल पे लग गया है वर्ल्ड सपाक का कि हाउ कम सच अ फ्री पॉन. येस आई अंडरस्टैंड योर डीपेस्ट इमोशंस वर्ल्ड सपाक. सेंटिल सेज AB5. आदित्य सेज AB5. Abhishek says AB5 and Sufia as well. In between, Zion asks, hi Amruta ma'am, where is our hero Sagar bhai? He has gone to do a movie. Acting करने गया है. Hero है ना इसके लिए. Okay. Goku better says Chaitanya. Goku OP. Goku. Okay. Goku. Goku best. Knight b5 has been suggested, but that's not gonna work. So for knight b4, I like it. I like this question. Firstly, ab5 is a pawn which is hanging, and if you take ab5, there's just bishop b5 check. You've also got the pawn. You've also saved your bishop. If he takes knight takes d3 in between, then you just take the thing here, and after a takes b5 there, you have few options. You can take right away, or you can first go rook a7, because if black goes a move like b4, then white to play and it's over. Poll please. किस पे? नाम पे? Okay, we will do a poll. Gukesh. Let me do a poll. इसी पे बोला क्या पोल? लेट मी फर्स्ट कंफर्म. नरेंद्र. Queen b5. Yes, all of you guys saying Queen b5. Again, alert here. That was the idea of rook a7. So this comes with a check, and black is obviously in trouble. Let's go back here. So you don't have, even if you take the bishop, which is so beautiful right now, you are also giving me a beautiful healthy pawn there. So that's not gonna work. By the way, people who suggested wanting to give a piece, it's not going to be enough here, because black has number of ways to defend, and after giving a piece, uske baad, you really don't have a good plan. So it's like taking a loan, buying a big house, and then losing your job. So yeah, that's not gonna help there. Nakamura has made a move at b4. In fact, b4 was a forced move. I am extremely surprised that Naka thought so long. But he was not thinking just about b4. He was thinking what to do next also, maybe. Plus, he might be trying to calculate some more tactics which we may not even be able to think of. Knight e4 by Gukesh. Once again, a good thing that he did not take any extra time. It was a move which was made very quick, and he saved time. And after the exchanges here, last time I had asked you a question, this is a blunder because of knight d4. So Gukesh again simply takes with the bishop here, and Nakamura finally castles. Jara socha nahi, he just castled. Now this engine evaluation changed. May I ask you, though I don't trust the engine so much here, it's a weak engine, but still, what do you think? What would be the assessment? How much better for white? What do you think? Yes, on name. Narendra says on name. Okay. Got it. Venkatraman says, why is our heroine not acting with hero? Good question. नहीं मिला, मुझे रोल ही नहीं मिला ना इसके लिए. 0.2 says रक्षित. इक्वल है 0.3. आदित्य says 0.8. ओ इतना पसंद आ रहा है ये पोजीशन गुकेश के लिए. क्या बात है. 0.3. Okay, the weak engine says it's 0.4. I guess the strong engine will come down to maybe 0.2. So, maybe even 0.3, I'm not sure exactly. But this is the current evaluation. And over here, after bishop takes e4, there was a move for black, for Nakamura, which the computer was suggesting. Now, you guys have promised कि ask a tough move. So, castle के अलावा, what was the move? What is the move? Or what is the idea which is very good for black that he could have played here? Black to play. Naka didn't play that. But let's see if you guys can find that. And in the meantime, I will do a poll. There the poll is, and I hope that before Sagar comes, we will be able to dismiss the poll. He'll be like, ये क्या चल रहा है? कौन सा poll चल रहा है इधर? So that's gonna be funny. Oh, lot of moves in the chat. F5. Aditya says knight A5, and many of you have said B3 as well, but so many of you have gone for F5, and I definitely want to check that out. Guys, are you serious that you are suggesting the move F5 here? Oh my god, with your king in the center on E8, this is firstly very brave. But before brave, I may add the word stupid as well. Stupidly brave. You are simply letting me take एडवांटेज ऑफ दिस बैकवर्ड पॉन. इस बेचारे की हालत देखो, क्या कर दिया इसने. अकेला आगे बढ़ गया. ऐसे नहीं हो सकता है. सो F5, many of you suggested, and I am very happy that you tried it. But the reason it's not the best idea is whenever you are pushing a pawn, you have to check what is it that it loses the control, and what is it that is either attacking or gaining the control. In this case, yes, you have attacked. एक मूव के लिए थ्रिल है. Once the bishop saves itself, उसके बाद बस only white has the thrill. Your e6 is super weak and castle cannot be possible. Queen takes e6 है, bishop takes e6, a lot of problems there. But so that F5 is discarded. Well tried there. The other move many of you have suggested is B3. Why? Once again pushing the pawn, getting into this 6th rank, having such a maybe square for the knight in the future looks very, very attractive. Again, the problem when pawns are being pushed, what is important? They need a family. बहुत ज़रूरी है. Family support is very important. इधर वापस क्या हो गया? All alone, no support. That doesn't work. And if you try to support with queen b5 there, then there are with the king in the center, d5 could be absolutely in the air. Of course, there is queen e3 as well to attack it further. But when you are pushing the pawns, please make sure what weaknesses you are creating, what space you are creating behind a pawn, and that every pawn move is like a commitment. तो अच्छे से सोच के करो. That's an advice to you all. Can we check the few people who had suggested a good move? That was knight a5, bishop b7, queen b7, and actually to exchange the light square bishops there, which could be extremely a good idea for black, because all the pressure goes away on these points, at least for the moment there. Plus you have strong control on d5, so white doesn't have d5. Plus white will have to be alert in the future with this knight, eyeing these good squares, and he can regroup his pieces there. So exchanging this bishop was a great idea. So knight a5 was a great move, and if white would have decided to go back, suppose, then black had knight b3 already, and he can still have an option to collect a... Wait, where is this rook going to go? Rook b1. Wow, there's an important idea again, guys. If you see here, can you spot that? I mean, there are number of possibilities, but I just want to make sure if you are alert for something which is forcing. Here black to play. I'm wondering, maybe this is what Nakamura was calculating for a long while. I guess it's highly possible that he was thinking about it, and for some reason he has rejected it. Super chat missed. Oh, wait a second. How can I miss? Oh, Travel with Nikhil Roshan sends 110 rupees as super chat. Arre, thank you so much. That's really kind of you. Pawns to queen. लहू लुहान जिस्म मेरा हो भी त्यो क्या दिल को मेरे तूने संभाल रखा है. सॉरी, लेट मी रीड इट प्रॉपरली. जालिम दुनिया को कहाँ है पता, एक चौकीदार हमने अंदर पाल रखा है. वाह, गुड वन निखिल जी. निखिल जी, आप इंग्लिश में लिखिए, हिंदी में भी, हिंदी का ही मैं बेटर पढ़ सकती हूँ. बट निखिल जी इज़ बैक विथ हिज शायरी. What are people suggesting here? Bishop f3, queen f3, knight d4. Exactly. This, I mean, there are number of options for black, but what is important to keep in mind that these ideas suddenly are revived for black, and another weakness on knight, another knight on f3, which was a big defender of the d4 pawn, suddenly can disappear. So all of it could have become dangerous. What he played, what Nakamura went for, was castle, and that was a good thing for Gukesh. Gukesh developed his bishop. He develops to e3. That's where he decides he didn't want to exchange the bishop here with bishop g5, because black to play. Here is a hard question for all of you. Black to play. Find a move. Why did Gukesh not play bishop g5? वाट लग जाती थी. But of course, what is the poll saying? We had to decide a name, by the way, for today's cheering of the game. Oh, 40% Gukesh and 43% Goku. ठीक है. Gukesh, we'll try all of them. Gukesh. Yes, amazing. आदित्य कायट, आदित्य कवर्स. अरे कितने आदित्य हो गए? नो, नॉट रुक d4. अभिनव, आदित्य मोहंटी, रियल सागर शाह, रुद्र पटेल, सुड, सेंथिल, देवेन, शशांक, वर्ल्ड सेपाक, कृष्णव, हुनन, रुद्र. ओके, डन है. दिस इज डन. You guys are right. Amazingly alert. I like it. Knight d4 would have jumped in, attacking the queen here. And when you capture the knight, you have removed the defender. Bishop takes g5 and black wins a pawn there. So itana alertness chahiye, because there's a tempo you don't have time to capture bishop e7. So that's why bishop g5 was a blunder. Bishop f4 was not possible. Bishop h6 was not possible. Bishop d2 doesn't make sense. Gukesh goes bishop e3 and defends the d4 pawn even more solidly. Right now everything looks great for Gukesh. Nakamura goes knight a5. Yes, time to move this knight and challenge the bishop. Gukesh takes a tempo. First puts the rook on c1 on the open file, attacks the queen, and Nakamura goes back with his queen to b8. This is the current position there, and now this bishop is there at the center of the board, which from where it can go anywhere actually, either takes or it will have to go back. Now on b1 would be possible because his rook has already come to c1, so it won't be blocking the rook. So it's a pretty important decision whether you will take here or not, or whether you will go back, guys, or whether any other move. In fact, there are few possible moves. So let me ask you, what are you guys suggesting? What are you guys feeling more inclination towards? Which move? And don't think what Gukesh will be feeling. Don't write me that move. Write the move which you, if you are playing, what would you play here? Socho. Jaldi kuch nahi hai. Just, I'm not gonna read names. So there is no speed thing here. It's about, I'm gonna see what are you guys, majorly trying to get more candidate moves here. That's what I'm going to do. अरे तो थोड़ी देर रखते हैं सो दैट अभी तो उसको टाइम है. लेट्स सी. Queen d3 is a candidate move. Bishop b1 is a candidate move. Bishop c2 is a candidate move. Knight g5 is a candidate move. In fact, even bishop g5 is a candidate move. Imagine already so many of you coming up with so much variety. मतलब Gukesh will first need to decide कि which are the 2-3 moves he needs to start calculating, or he might have clarity because he is Gukesh, right? So these are mainly the moves which have been suggested by you. And of course bishop b7. These are the moves. How do we start our calculation with? What are those 3 words we say? What are those 3 words, guys, we say? Yeah, it's funny for me for whatever reason. Clara Alonso, prophylaxis कहाँ से आया? But I like it. I remember in Sharjah, every game I was asking, and there was prophylaxis in Gukesh's games especially. Good memory. Yes, Mayur, Generate, Saumyadeep, Sia. Well done. And Aditya. Correct. Checks, captures and threats. So, first move we need to start considering is bishop takes b7. And of course, queen takes b7 there. You don't want your knight to go back right now. And this is one position which Gukesh will land into, with 2 minor pieces being exchanged. And this pawn kind of looks like slightly dangerous for white, because a4 can become weak, b3 can be fixed at some time, b2 can become weak. So this is definitely a good advantage for black for this pawn. I mean, this pawn especially gives that advantage to black. For white, the knight is planning to jump to e5. As we know, this is the outpost. This is called as an outpost. So this is definitely one thing. And as I ask you all one idea which white should remember all the time, and especially if you consider that idea and you are around 1100 1200 and you start considering that as a candidate move in between, then I say usually that your level must have increased. What is that move which can be a very good idea, as an idea for white to keep in mind? What is that move? Many of you will remember, if you were listening to Sharjah commentary, many of you're going to remember. Arre, kya baat hai. Well done. Two people have found the answer. Two people only. Punit and Venkat. Exactly. H4, H5, H6. It's always the slow thing. It's always when you have some time. Generally, thoda sa semi-closed positions mein, that is an idea which works because you're really making weakness over there. So this idea has to be kept in mind. H4 at the right time, and Gukesh surely knows this. At the right time, he will be alert whether he will get a chance to play H4 or not. But just keep in mind, this idea, guys, it's important. What happened in the game was, no, bishop b7 did not happen. He did not play it. He's thinking here. Most probably, the other move people had suggested was knight g5. Now, this is also a threat here. But if you play bishop g5, giving this bishop, and even if you exchange, let's say simple exchange of bishop e4, queen e4, what was there a move here which I missed? Yes, I of course missed here. Bishop d8 was the move. So you lose material. You don't even have time to exchange. So here Gukesh will land up with these bishops and it looks great for him. So for black, for knight g5, it means that he cannot take on g5. That means he is left with the only move. That is bishop e4 and knight e4. And with this exchange of bishop, once again, instead of this knight being on f3, it is on e4. And this knight might eye the c5 square this time. So these two squares were the outposts, as we have been alert since the isolated queen pawn came into existence. We knew कि यहाँ पे कभी ना कभी जाना है. It's like if you are in India, many times you say कि you want to go to US, Niagara Falls देखना है. It's those squares जहाँ पे इस knight को जाना है. So this is definitely a pleasant position for Gukesh with eyeing on a6 there. As I said, the only issue is b4 pawn, because of which the advantage of white is still in control कि ये यहाँ पे है. Otherwise, he has a wonderful position there. Absolutely wonderful position there. Queen b8 has been played. So that means knight g5 is the strongest move here for Gukesh. Will he be able to find it? Because the third natural move is bishop goes back to b1 and just retains itself on this diagonal and gives lot more threats, with the possibilities like the queen coming on this diagonal, the knight jumping to g5, and of course we have even h4, h5 in hand. So this seems very tempting as well. I am thinking that out of the three moves, Gukesh will be majorly considering either bishop b1 or knight g5. That's our final conclusion here for Gukesh. How is Arvind doing in Dubai Open in round 5? Here we have their game. By the way, Arjun versus Harsha Bharat Koti, rook endgame, and Arjun is a pawn down, but his pawns have reached here. He's a pawn down, but yeah, quite advanced. So it's a draw. That's what the computer says, but still, if mistakes can happen, it's not a dead draw. And Arvind versus Yu Yangi, it is also equal. Oh my god, Arvind is a full knight up against the three pawns, and queen and knight. Seems like There is also rook pawn. Can get dangerous. This is very unclear. Very interesting game. Yeah, Arvind versus Yu Yangi. Coming back to this game of Gukesh versus Nakamura. Queen b8 has happened and Gukesh is thinking. Does anyone know his time? Why we are not able to see the time control? Because some issue in leeches, I guess. Let's go to Magnus Carlsen's game. Did Magnus Carlsen go for f4? Absolutely not. Magnus Carlsen went for f3. In fact, he did not go for f4. Now that's very surprising. Because this knight jumped to g6 and controlled f4 break. Queen f2. Magnus had a completely different idea there. He went queen f2, bishop e6, knight e2. He's all in the planning. As I said, yeah, he's all shifting right now completely. Queen d7 and b3. Look at this. Look at Magnus's pawns. Kya hi? All pawns on light squares. Matlab, is he trying to make a design, guys? Not a usual scene here. This is so funny. Venkat says 1 hour 21 minutes. 1 hour 12 minutes for Gukesh. Okay, thanks. Please explain Queen d6 in Gukesh's game. Did he play that? Wait, we will go there. But this is Magnus's game and this is the pawn structure which is funny right now. 1 hour 21 minutes for Gukesh and 1 hour 12 minutes for Hikaru. Wow, thanks. That's a good update. Gukesh has more time. That's what we wanted to know. Rook d1 and b6 by Wesley. Wesley also has most of his pawns on dark squares, but these two are still on light square. Maybe you would want to bring them also on dark square, and then they are like, okay, there is no break and it's a draw, and then they go for Armageddon. That would be funny again. Let's go to Aryan Tari's game. That was one hell of a crazy game going on. We left at knight g4 and as expected, Aryan Tari played this move d4, getting all his pawns in the center. Queen a5 by Norway. Oh my god, we were looking at something like this idea. But over here, what he played was Aryan Tari says, I don't really care. I'm just going to simply develop here, because if you go queen h5, problem is you have nothing. You have no threat yet, and he is not worried about this because there is knight, defends the h2 point very, very well. So Aryan Tari is allowing Norway to take complete liberation in attacking. Now going to Gukesh's game, what did he play? Oh, he plays bishop b1. We were expecting either knight g5 or bishop b1. Gukesh goes bishop b1. Yes, we know that knight g5 was definitely a stronger move. He did not go for it, but bishop b1 is also a decent move there. Now what Nakamura must do is not so easy. Black to play. What should Nakamura do here? What do you think? But wait, don't give me an answer right now. Let me finish the roundup. Anish Giri versus Caruana. We were looking at the queen was attacked. Anish goes queen a4 there. Knight goes to e5. And Anish now goes bishop d4. A nice piece here. Everything is still very, very beautifully defended by Anish. And he is soon going to go for castle there. Also, White can think of ideas like these because g7 can become a weakness. Yes, sounds crazy, but it can. That's definitely something Black will need to look for, that White can just shift his plan and attack and his pieces. So that's an unclear position in Anish's game with slight initiative for White against Fabiano Caruana. And Ali Reza's game, it is, where did we leave it at the last? Bishop e3. Yes, here we left. Bishop e3 was played. Knight d7, knight d7, knight d7, castle. Bishop b7. And he goes queen e1 over here. He goes queen e1. And now Mamedaro is thinking. There is an interest, guys, there is a very interesting move for Black. But Very, very hard move. Like in normal scenario, we might say ki, oh, what a bad move. It looks like a bad move. What can be the move for black? Can you try to guess? You wanted difficult questions. Here you are. Black to play. Let's see. It's a difficult move. Narendra says it's good to go for Armageddon. You get at least 1 point. Not 1 point, half a point. Because if you lose in the Armageddon, then it's only half a point. But yeah, at least half a point. That's good. That's true. Yes, Catherine. After this, we'll be going to Gukesh. Wow. Datta, Venkat, and bus. Two people. Great. There are other. So basically, there were majorly 3 suggestions: B4, C5, and F5. With B4, you have. I mean, it looks very tempting, but your C4 pawn is going to be weak, and you will be, you will be in trouble for sure. Because this bishop is going back, the knight is coming to e3 and the pawn looks weak. So b4 is a little premature. If you go c5 here, then what white can do is to maybe actually few options there. But maybe first take and oops, no, sorry. Bishop takes c5 is happening, so you cannot take with the knight, and b5 is also hanging, so you will now need to play b4, but then this c4 again becomes weak. That is a problem. So neither b4 nor c5, but those who said f5, yes, that's a very interesting move. And in a scenario like this, we would say, how come f5? Because look at this, it has weakened such an important square. Also it has allowed e5, and that is a permanent passer there. This pawn is a permanent passer. So how come f5? Because of an important reason, that with f5 it is not stopping there. It's going f4, and it is telling this bishop, where are you going to go? And once the bishop goes back, there is another thing. The knight is immediately jumping in, trying to be a blockader, that making sure that this pawn just cannot go on and on. Akele वापस नहीं जा सकता. As we know, pawns need support. They need a family. बस अकेला छोड़ दो उनको तो नहीं. They're still too young for that. That's something which we know. So yeah, f5, and he's found out. Mamedero doesn't miss such a move, which is creative, which is unconventional. He is first very alert for such moves. Wow, look at this. Amazing. We are at a very right point, that I am just glad that we were having this question and conversation, and here we have Mamedero actually finding such a brilliant move. Such moves are difficult, guys. These are the difficult moves. So f5 was played. Let's now go to Gukesh. Come on, Gukesh. Come on. So bishop b1 has been played, and Nakamura is thinking. It's a long thought. Okay, he does go bishop d5. He finds the best move there. Quite a strong move. What is black's threat? Guys, what is black's threat, you think? Centralized, why not knight b6 instead of f5? Okay, we'll check it out. Aditya says, okay, many threats, few threats have been suggested here. Also, one more question. I don't know if you have figured out with bishop d5, what black has said is, yes, you can capture the a6 pawn. So he is saying that I am okay if you take this pawn over here. Wow. Brilliant. We'll look into this, because queen a6 is for sure Gukesh will calculate that move. Nakamura would have considered queen a6 because that's a free pawn. Most of you are suggesting ideas. Bishop b3 is a threat, knight b3 is a threat, bishop d6 is a threat. These are the threats for Nakamura. Actually, here, if you, for example, if I go knight e5 and bishop b3, surprisingly, it's not a threat. You might think that you are winning a pawn, but surprisingly, it's not a threat because I can actually right now win the pawn, and if you win the rook here, I can take your knight. Once again, your bishop needs to be saved, but because of my last move, knight e5, what I get is recovery. Material वापस आ रहा है. This knight had given the insurance. Knight is going to c6, and then what happens in the end? I have won a pawn. So white will be a pawn up. That's a cool calculation out there if knight e5 is played. In a normal circumstance, if a move like h3 is there, then people who had suggested the threat of bishop b3 and knight b3, yes, knight b3 is definitely a threat because now there is no rook c4 here because the bishop has stopped rook c4 idea, and the rook has no other square on this file, and it will have to go rook c2, blocking the path of the bishop. So just h3 was just to show you black's idea, and this is the idea to cover the c4 square for the rook. So knight b3 is the main idea. Now we know the idea. So we had asked a question, what if white simply captures the pawn on a6? My question to you is, what should black play? Once again, a tough question for you guys. What should black play? Utsav asks, please choose who is best, Magnus or Hikaru. Utsav, the fact says, the FIDE rating says, who is the best? Currently, no one's better than Magnus, as per the FIDE rating. नॉट यूट्यूबर इज सेइंग अरे मैं जो भी मूव सजेस्ट करता हूँ वो गलत ही होता है. नॉट यूट्यूबर, आई डोंट नो इफ यू वर देयर, बट टुडे वी took a promise from the chat. Everybody in the chat, they made a promise that firstly they want challenging questions, difficult questions, and they promised not to look at the engine. So कोई बात नहीं, आज गलत ही हो जाए, चलता है. यही गलतियाँ आगे जाके जिताएंगी तुमको. So no worries guys, go wrong, go bindas wrong. Bishop f3, bishop knight c. Okay, people are not very clear, but knight b3 seems like the very first instinctive move there. As we had seen, the rook needs to go to c2. Yes, knight b3 is possible, but a stronger move would be to go knight c4, and this time you are not attacking this rook, but you are suggesting that you want to win the pawn back, and if white tries to save the pawn, push the pawn there, then you will anyway recover the pawn by takes and takes. No, can you still not play bishop b3 here? Is there a problem? Wow, yes, that's a good question to you. This is an easy one, white to play, but Amruta finds a blunder. So, refute her move, bishop b3. How will you refute the move? Siddharth says, can you tell us something about the Global Chess League? That will happen soon. I guess when Sagar comes, maybe that should be the question. I am not much updated. Very sorry for that. Isha asks, can you please show the standings after the first round? Standings, Fabiano and Gukesh are on number 1 with 3 points. Currently, that's the thing. Yes, all of you found out queen d3 is a good move, attacking this and attacking the h7 point as well, and that's a double attack. You win a piece, you don't have time to capture the d1 rook. But some people suggested bishop h7 check. But the problem here is if you give a check, you might win this bishop back, but you have lost your own bishop, which was not necessary at all, because here you only recover the pawn. So okay, going back to this point, b3, knight e3, fe3, that's the reason he cannot just capture this pawn on b3, but he can definitely play g6, stop all the threats there, and even if white goes back, defends the b3 pawn there, black can play this position with compensation. So this kind of a position is going to be a very hard decision, very tough assessment here to understand that black is better. What are the reasons that black is having this initiative? Number one is the double bishop pair. The bishop pair is definitely one big advantage there. Number two is the pawn structure. As we know, black has lesser weaknesses there. White has this fixed weakness. Yes, he has the a pawn there, it's a pass pawn, but once again अकेले अकेले नहीं जा पाएगा आगे. So, and to promote it is not easy. Again, g6 f5 have created a granite here. The bishop on b1 is not so active. This bishop is going to get active via d6. So knight on e5 is not a permanent spot at all. There is no rook which can support it. So lot of play for black is happening here. He will also challenge this rook, and black has a beautiful spot on c3. Imagine the rook coming to c3, it can get very devastating. So this position for black is better, and this assessment to reach here, to calculate and to reach here, is not at all very easy. It was a long variation. So what a move Nakamura has found. Bishop d5. 100% he is calculated because he was giving a free pawn. So he has calculated and he is showing his class, his understanding. Now it's Gukesh's turn, because he must make sure not to capture this pawn. It's important, very important decision. But if he doesn't capture, what is he going to play? What are the moves? We saw knight e5 as a strong move because it keeps an eye on c6. So I definitely like the move knight e5, getting out from f3, and कब तक बैठेगा f3 पे. So this is, I guess Gukesh will go knight e5. Amazing shot, says Amruta ji. I want to play chess tournament below 1600 in Nagpur, but I am unrated and also I don't have FIDE rating. Can I still play? Yes, you can. I don't know if the entries are open, but yes, you can. You can maybe call and check. Knight g5, g6, knight h7, says Rakshit. Here you want to go knight g5, g6 and knight h7. Wow. Irada kya hai? Guys, Rakshit wants to give a check here to the king. And let me ask you, somehow with Rakshit's calculation, we always reach a position where it's like too many questions for the chat. Yahan pe, this king can go to g7 and g8. But only one of the square is the right place to go. Which is the square? King g8 or king g7? Black to play. Wow, that's a lot of confusion in the chat, and I'm loving that confusion. When chat is confused, I'm the happiest. King G7 and King G8 sounds like a time to check it out. Sentinel says, "Ma'am, I had found a queen trap if white plays queen if after rook this." अरे अच्छा बाद में वापस भेजना. I'm not gonna remember that. But many of you are confused. King G8 looks like it, and for few people, King G7 looks like it. King G7 is a mistake. It's a blunder because there comes a check with the queen. Queen H6 check, and it's not very easy at all if King G8. Here is the point because of which King G7 was a bad move. Because of the next move which white needs to find. What is that move? Yeah, how to attack, how to get all your pieces together. Important. How each piece, if it had, this brain, this mind, how it would be conscious, ready, कि भाई चलो, कुछ करो. Yes, Rakshit, that's right. I again understand many of you, most of you are attracted to this move, bishop g6, fg6, queen g6, but यहाँ पे you are only going to settle for a draw. ठीक है, हो गया draw. Okay, fine. That's it. But the move here, if you are a true attacker, this is the move you would love to play. That's bishop f4. Take a tempo, you've attacked this queen, you have an important idea there. If the bishop now goes to d6, how things change. Just look at this, how things change. Bishop g6, fg6, queen g6, king h8. And here is the move, guys. Here is the move because of which this move was highly important. Yes, well done. This rook jumps to d3 and the idea is rook h3 is a mate. So that changes everything, and now you realize the idea of bishop f4 was to clear the third rank. That was the main idea. Baki, it had nothing to do with it. So king g8 was the right move at this place where I had asked you a question. King g8 was an important move, and this time white does not have time. Queen is attacked here. If you go, you cannot give a check in between, so you will have to settle for a draw. Now that means that Gukesh has an opportunity to settle for a draw and to say, Naka, we should play Armageddon. So let's say knight g5. Brilliant suggestion by Rakshit, by the way. Knight g5, and we saw if g6, white already can go for a draw. Black cannot avoid, because if he doesn't take it, then he is already in trouble. So there is a draw possibility. We have to see if Gukesh firstly is going to go for that. Secondly, even if Gukesh doesn't play this, he might play h4 and keep a dynamic play there. But if not, g6. And what if h6 is played? Yes, looks quite ugly for a while. But what if h6 is played? What is white going to do? Is he going to try and threaten a checkmate because g6 might be weak? But then black has f5, and this time f5 is not so bad at all because e6 is protected. The bishop on d5 cannot be moved from there because there is no pawn which can attack. So here, guys, one question to you. Take a tough question, white to play. Find the best move, otherwise you're gone. Otherwise it's over. White to play. Dhundo. Focus. Full 100% focus. Venkat Krishna says, hi Amruta, is there a website to view upcoming tournaments in Bangalore? I am ready for my first tournament. Arey Venkat, firstly, amazing that you are ready. You can check out the calendar. We have ChessBiz India calendar where a lot of tournaments are listed. There is also AICF calendar. There also you will find a lot of tournaments. And in fact, currently there was a tournament going on in Bangalore. I mean, it was just going on in the last week, so you just missed it. It was a state championship. So yeah, but I'm sure Bangalore has a great chess culture, so definitely there will be a lot more tournaments. Yes. What are the suggestions here by people? This is an important move, and who has found it? Whoa, 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 whoa. Awesome. School 1127, Isha Bende, Senthil, Aditya Narayan, Hunan Parcha, Sticky Chess, Sugyan. Rakshit says not sure about the order because both the moves. Knight e6 is also possible and queen a6 is also possible. So if you play queen a6 first, then there is an intermezzo, Rakshit. Knight goes to b3, attacks the c1 here. So that is why knight e6 first. And you force him to take here. Again, if he doesn't take, you have won that pawn. And now you are taking here on a6. And guys, this is a double attack. If you are alert and if you are seeing where double attack is constantly happening, you will realize when the pieces are not defended. But was it an original thing कि यही दिया था? Was it a, what to say, you created that situation. यहाँ पे this was of course defended. You created this situation to bring a piece in such a situation where it is not defended, and there you found a tactic. So this is a high alertness for tactical patterns. And now if he goes knight b3, suppose attacking this, the problem is this comes with a check and you lose the knight. Suppose he tries to defend a bishop, again attacking the rook here. Obviously you are not a madman to take the knight and give the rook. You'll first try to save your rook over here. Once again, this is attacked, and if the knight moves, then this is attack. If the knight moves, then b3 bishop will be again attacked. So this is a possibility, but black is absolutely not having any problems if he finds the move queen a8. A great idea there, and this is going to be extremely this is going to be unpleasant for white actually. Wow, once again guys, here, I mean, this is not going to happen. I don't expect this at all. But still, the thing which we are considering at this point, before I leave this position, white needs to play the only move. Otherwise, he is lost. He is a piece down. And how does he recover it? How does he recover some material back? Wow, people are alert. क्या बात है? Well done, Gropri Chess Academy. Rook b3 there. What a move, what an alertness, because bishop comes to a2 and there you have the pin. Of course, it's still an exchange down. White is still an exchange down, but at least he's not a piece down. So this is not a variation which white would love to go for, but he will need to calculate. And now we know why Gukesh is thinking. Because with knight g5, it's getting too complicated to calculate the moves. It's not like an easy thing. Also because the variations are forcing. So that is one thing about knight g5. If Gukesh plays knight g5. We saw h6. We saw, by the way, I should show the right variation for h6. If h6 will be played by Nakamura, then Gukesh must go knight h7. That would completely go into some craziness there, and this is one way to play for Gukesh. The other way to play for him is go knight e5 and a little bit more safer. Of course, you are still eyeing with the queen to h5. These 2 points are still going to be weak. In fact, these 3 points black will have to be careful. So it's a very, very dynamic position, and it will matter how Nakamura is going to defend as well. Let's see. हाँ, सौविक से अरे करंट पोजीशन ही तो भूल गया. That is true. We went very deep, but the point was whatever we saw, I'm betting on it that Gukesh and Nakamura were calculating it because they are the very natural, instinctive moves. They're not like out of the world. Arey baap re, ye kahan se aaya? It was nothing like that. And these people, for them, they're very alert. Aaj ye banda idhar, it's not defended. That's like just there, like a stamp in their mind. They don't have to always make sure that, oh, I must remember this. No, they don't need to. It just, while they're playing this game, the whole few, it's like the first 19 moves are the memory. Yeah, that's like the memory. It's like a life, then this is a memory, and then it's in their blood. They obviously know this is a piece which is undefended, and then the tactics like these are not going to be missed. So yeah, now knight b3 doesn't work. Kya? Rakshit asks. Now matlab kab? Sorry, I missed it. Is it like after knight g5? No, there it cannot be. I still prefer queen d3 for white, says Sugyan. Gukesh going down to 58 minutes, says Narendra. And how much time for Nakamura? That could be helpful. Creative Mind asks, can anyone explain tournament format like how Gukesh got 3 points after day 1? Basically, if you win the game, then you get 3 points. That is the scoring system. If you lose, then it's 0. And if you draw, then it's half a point. And after that half a point, you have to play another Armageddon game on the same day in a few minutes, which is, in that game, if you win, you get 1 point. So the winner of that Armageddon game goes to 1.5 point, whereas the loser stays on half a point. So even a draw can almost be equal to a loss if you lose an Armageddon. So that's like the format. And by the way, guys, you should know something, and this game can go anyhow. It can convert into crazy attacking possibilities there. And Gukesh had come 2 months ago to ChessBase India studio, and there he recorded this attack like a super GM with Gukesh. This is the Fritz trainer he recorded, and there are such amazing insights here. So if you guys love attack, or if you guys want to improve the attacking skills, then you should definitely check this out, Gukesh's DVD. Yeah, so yes, this is ChessBase India shop here, and from there you can order. Also, there is a link in the description, so definitely check it out. Going back to the live board, no move has happened yet. Can I quickly go to other games? Classical draw is 1 point, says Narendra. अभी तो मैं हाफ नहीं, 1 point for draw. Armageddon का बस हाफ है. Okay, guys. Thanks for correcting me. So draw is 1 point, and then the winner gets half a point extra. Okay, got it. Absolutely. Thanks for correcting me. Yes. Jatin is very happy. 95 played, guys. 95 has been played by Gukesh after a lot of calculation. I'm sure he calculated knight g5 business as well. And after 95, here also he had to calculate a few things like knight b3, and maybe even before 95 queen a6. So let's see what Naka is going to play. By the way, Carlsen game says not YouTuber, and also many of you, oh my god, look at this, what Carlsen is doing. Carlsen kept the queen side completely closed. Like, he first just placed his pawns and everything like in such a close structure that even if black has gone for b5, he's saying, I don't care. He's gone h4. He's saying like, yes, you can open this file, takes, but it's gonna take some time, even after takes, to get inside and to really, again, this bishop needs to move. So gonna take a while, but my attack is coming faster. So he has gone h5 there, h4 there, and this can get very exciting. Carlsen versus Wesley. Okay, let's go to Aryan Tari's game. Knight g4 we left at we left at queen a5, knight c3, bishop g7 was played by Abdu Sataro. Is he attacking this guy here? Takes bishop g7. Yes. White goes e5. Wow, what a lovely move by white. e5 once again, very very alert. Nodirbek takes on e5, and now Aryan Tari is thinking. Firstly, can he just take here simply? What's the problem, guys? Why is the bar just completely disappointed with white's move? D takes e5. And if this is wrong, then what was white's plan of e5? What do you think? Step Repulsive says if this goes draw, Gukesh will find difficult to win against Naka in short time control. Maybe. But all depends, yeah. Form is temporary, class is permanent. So we don't know yet. He would have surely improved. D5. D5 is the plan. Okay, so firstly over here, the problem is why black simply can take this pawn on e5. He has captured one extra pawn there, and if you take here on e5, then comes bishop e5, and all black's pieces are absolutely beautifully together in the attack. So that is one of the reason. Then what was white's idea? White's idea was for e5, d5, he wanted to go knight d5. That was his idea? Oh, computer has got completely confused. But this is definitely a very powerful move there, knight d5. Question to you all is, if white would have gone knight d5 directly, what did black have? Of course, you guys must be alert. Much more than me. But still, give me the proof. Utsav asks what is a norm and how to get them to become a GM. Utsav, norms are like some exam. You can say, if I have to compare it with exams, like there is International Master and Grandmaster, two main titles out there. These are the two most important titles. So if I must say, International Master is, let's say, MBBS, and Grandmaster is like MD. Still not because there's only 80 around 80 Grandmasters, but something like that. So that is the point where you have to give this examination. So there are 4 steps to get norms. So for International Master norm, you need title, you need 3 norms, plus you need to cross a rating barrier. Same for Grandmaster. So you can say 4 steps, and they are not easy at all. Naka played queen b7. Okay, knight d4. Yes, knight d4 is hanging, so that doesn't really work. So he first played e5 with the idea if d5 was played, he went bishop d2. For d5, he went bishop d2, finds a great move with discourse here happening. Black goes queen d8, and Aryan Tari is right now thinking this with the king on e8 looks dangerous for black. That's how it is currently. Going back to Gukesh's game, knight e5, Naka goes queen b7 and threatens to win the pawn on g2. Now what is Gukesh going to do? How is he going to save this? Also, Naka has made sure that a6 is defended now. So that is, he's made sure. So what can Gukesh do here, guys, to defend the g2 pawn? What do you suggest? e3 e3 तो नहीं आ रहा है. Queen f8, you mean queen f1. You're suggesting a move like queen f1. Okay. f4. Oh, you want to defend it like this. Okay. Bishop d3. So you want to attack the a6 pawn and not worried about bishop takes g2 there. Wow. Chat is creative. Amazing. f3. So you want this like a granite against this over here, a strong fire. Queen g4, defending this and keeping an eye on the king side. Wow. Queen h5, not at all caring about this because there is a mate in one. Lovely suggestions, guys. Lovely suggestions there. Really nice ones. In the whole thing, black, remember, black has two things. One is g2 is hanging. The other one is, now that he has defended this as well, knight b3 is also a threat to force the rook to c2. So this is important to take care of. So many of the moves which you, let's say you go queen f1 and then knight b3, rook is attacked, you have to go rook c2. So here f5, f4, this can get dangerous for white. Absolutely dangerous for white. And this is to Nakamura style. So Gukesh must take care that he doesn't give that level of comfort to Nakamura. And he needs to find, it's a tough situation, I would say. Though the computer says it's equal, practically it's slightly looking tough for white. What should he do now? For a move like queen h5, which attacks the h7 pawn, black has f5 once again, blocking this. Very typical move to block such a threat here. And now g2 is attacked, so this is not easy at all. Same with queen g4, f5 is there. So f3 looks one possibility, because now even if f5 is played, you still have created a square for your bishop. So f3 definitely looks like one possibility for Gukesh. And the other possibility someone had mentioned was bishop d3 to attack this guy here. And if bishop g2, you are like, okay, I'm fine, I'm gonna take this pawn here. And next, wherever the queen goes, because the queen really has to decide if it wants to come in trying to attack this guy here, white to play, what is a good move for white? It's a blunder. Queen e4 is a blunder. What should white play? Vivaswan Damle, member for 29 months, pillar of Indian chess, says, hi, how are you? Met Sagar at CBI Club recently. Was hoping to see you as well next time. Met a couple of interesting members of the community. Shout out to Prem Gujarati. Arey Vivaswan, kya baat hai? You came here to Mumbai from Pune. Big thing here, such a big travel. Lovely. I'm glad you met Sagar and also the community there. Yes, hoping as I mentioned, sir, there are some phases when I just don't go out of my house. So maybe some other time, I would love to meet all of you guys. f3, f3, f3. Yes, there you are. f3, absolutely. Attacks the queen and attacks the bishop. Again, it's a double attack by the way of also blocking the defense of the bishop when the pawn was on f2. So that's going to be lost. And a simple move like queen d5 would still invite f3, and the bishop will have to leave this diagonal, go to h3, but a beautiful diagonal is gone, and now you bring back your own bishop there. So you are happy to exchange this. So this, yes, the king looks slightly weak, but currently black's pieces are scattered and they cannot really come so easily to attack the king. So yes, unclear here. It could get slight edge for white, maybe not unclear but slight edge. So bishop d3 definitely also as a consideration, very much possible. I would say Gukesh will go. Oh, Gukesh goes bishop d3. Gukesh is not fearing bishop g2 at all. He says bishop d3. I want this pawn. You take this pawn. I like imbalances there. And he has raised a question to Nakamura. Are you going to go for something like bishop g2 and make it crazy? Or will you go for a passive move like rook a8? These are the two questions Gukesh has asked. Two choices which Gukesh has given Nakamura. I'm not sure what Nakamura will choose, but what I think is that he is going to think here. This is what I think. That he is going to think here. Okay. The GOAT Mario asks, can Gukesh reach 2800 going undefeated? Oh, that's a very, very tough challenge, I would say. Not easy. By the way, guys, we had this members message, and all the membership amount goes to the foundation Help Chess, which supports the young talents, chess talents who are in need of funds. So thank you all for being a member. Let's quickly go to Magnus's game, because for h4, what did Wesley play? He took and he went back with the bishop, making sure that he is already telling that I'm going to play rook b8 and try to get in here. Magnus is thinking, mostly h5 in the air. What about Anish Giri? What is he doing? Anish Giri has landed in some trouble. Actually, after bishop f2, bishop e6, black completes his development now. Rook goes to b1, tries to control the b3 square here. Rook d8, threatening rook d2 there. So Anish Giri brings his queen back to c2. Wow, and why is it a bad move? Why is it such a bad move? Guys, you want a tough question? Here is a tough question. Do you think Caruana will play this next move, which he has, which will give him an edge? Razwan asks, do you like the Karo-Kann opening? Karo-Kann is played by my husband, and yes, and that's why no, I don't like Karo-Kann opening, because he beats me in that. Isha says Anish's game is crazy. Does any Indian cross Vishy Anand in the last 32 years? I think in live rating, yes. By the way, Utsav, do check out a video on our channel which is related about how to get rating, how to get norms. All the details are there by a very experienced arbiter. So do check that out. It's nice. You'll get all your answers. Knight c4 is suggested by you guys. Yes, and that's not a bad move, but the right move has been found by Abhinav Agarwal only, because बाकी सब लोग सोए हो क्या या फिर tough है. But you guys have promised not to look at the engine, so I am very happy. Take your time, it's okay even if you don't find it. But a6 is the move which changes the evaluation of this position like anything, and Caruana needs to find. Oh my god, Caruana has found it. It's happened on the board. Whoa. Anish goes bishop a4 because he cannot go bishop c4, and if he goes bishop d3, black has a strong move here. Once again, black to play. Thoda fatafat, let me ask you these questions, and you guys try to write fatafat so that we can check out the tactics, and then we can move to the other games. Black to play here. Maybe a question is coming up at every juncture. Sonam says it's boring to watch other games. Please show us only Gukesh game. Sonam, maybe 2 minutes. We'll need to catch up here because we don't want to miss what's happening at this important point. Important is to learn from the game, whoever is playing. I understand the emotion for Gukesh, We will go there, but Nakamura will be thinking. That's the reason we are here after analyzing it all. What are you saying? Yes, absolutely. Senthil, Aditya, Hunan, well done. So, bishop b3 is the right move. You found it because you cannot take and take here as d3 is hanging. Perfect thing. But if the queen decides to still support the d3 bishop here, then jumps in the knight, and look at this queen की हालत क्या ही हो गई, ना इधर ना इधर ना इधर, basically ना घर का ना घाट का, and then you lose this guy here. Of course, I mean, if you go queen c1 there, rook d3, rook takes b3 is also happening. But finally, a final question to you all. What is the move here? Once again. Wow, that may not even be the final question. Whoa. Black to play. Let me see how alert you are. Fatafat. Narendra says, I'm eating mango. And then how are you planning to write the answer? Knight d2, says Ratnam, Isha, Akshay. Well done, top 3 guys. Knight d2, that's a fork there. But what if white attacks this guy here? Now what is the plan? The plan, I will tell you this time. Plan is ignore. Rook d8, defend is, the fork stays. It's not going. So that's the whole point, that you cannot go bishop d3. Anish couldn't go bishop d3. He goes bishop a4. Fabiano is very alert. He jumps in knight c4. Once again, rook d2 is a strong threat. Rook goes to d1. But in doing so, what he forgot was knight c4 was a fork. Knight a3 pawn has been lost. Anish's weak pawn, one of the weak pawn, actually finally succumbed. And then after queen c1, the knight goes back, and now these two pawns are also going to become weak. So this position for Anish has suddenly collapsed. The whole thing changed with one move. Queen c2, allowing a6 and allowing this knight, rook, bishop as such a close-knit team over there. So it was important that Anish just had to move the knight away. It was very important to go knight g3 here and still stay in the game. And this time if a6, he has created a square here on e2, and he need not have worried about rook d2 here because of many possibilities. This is defended there, and white can just improve his position. There is rook d1, there is rook b6, and so on. Okay, so Anish is in big trouble. Going back to Gukesh's game, knight e5, queen b7, bishop d3. Nakamura is still thinking. Bishop d3 is definitely a move which will make Nakamura think, and we are right to expect this. Rook a8 or bishop g2 is one of the move which mostly Nakamura will choose. So we will come back here again very quickly. Finally going to Firuza's game. It's unclear. Anish is in trouble. Nakamura is in thinking. Very dynamic play here too. Aryan Tari is clearly better with black's king in the center, completely weak there. White is able to manage to defend black's attack with these two pieces. They were not enough. They were all bold and bindas, but bas dono kuch kar nahi paye. Magnus is ready for attack. He had gone ba4, bishop d6, queen h2 he goes. He still doesn't go h5. He goes queen h2, and here it says computer is happy for black with a lot of possibilities. Time to get back your knight and already be prophylactic against h5. That's what the computer says, with the idea of rook b8 and rook b2 trying to enter from the queen side. So Magnus could come under big trouble. And imagine if Magnus loses to Wesley today, then he will be on 0 points. Oh my god. I mean, that would be such a disaster. So definitely he won't let that happen. And this year we are in Gukesh versus Nakamura. And let me take a small 2-second break to check the chat. How did Anish miss this? Yeah, very, very surprising. Sometimes you just go blank. This is Gukesh's game. All those who have joined right now, very interesting position there. If bishop g2, then Gukesh has bishop a6 there, recovering the pawn, and queen e4 is a blunder because f3 and you lose the piece there. But if queen d5, then Gukesh will still deflect this bishop to some other diagonal which is weaker definitely than this diagonal. So that's the reason Nakamura, what if he goes rook 8 and just defends the a6 pawn? Then what can Gukesh do? Suddenly, in this scenario, Gukesh again gets possibilities to think about. With the rook on a8, it's like it's gone back. It's like it never moved. Just look at this. It's come to his original spot and it's never moved. And it's funny that now the situation with this improvement here of bishop d3 and rook on a8, certain possibilities just come in handy. Let's say queen h5 this time, and we were looking at the move f5, but this time Gukesh can challenge this move with a very, very interesting move. Guys, can you guess the move? What Gukesh can play here? This can happen. Very high chances. Okay, very, very high chances. What if knight b3? We are going to check that out also because that's a threat and very natural question there. Oh, Senthil, Devan, Sam, Amit, School, Aaron, Aditya, Life, Manas, Pallavi, Aryan, Hunan, Pranay. क्या बात है? SG, Satnam, Chess. इसमें how are all of you so fast? G4, exactly. That's the whole point there. But it looks so damn scary. Like the first question which comes to the mind is why not bishop h1, threatening a mate in 1, checkmate in 1. This is black's threat, checkmate in 1. This is the main question which comes to the mind for g4. Wow, what's your plan, guys? All of you suggested g4. Then you should definitely have a plan for bishop h1 where black is threatening mate in 1. Bolo, क्या करोगे क्या अब? करोगे क्या? Now if you go wrong, then it can be a disaster. So what is your plan? f3? Everybody is saying f3. देखो, now you will get to see a dance maybe. Yes, थोड़ा बहुत तो डांस हो ही गया. Pawn दे दिया, bishop takes f3. Yes, no checkmate. I agree that there is no checkmate, but there is a pin there, so you don't have gf5. And if you take the bishop here, then the queen jumps in. Again the pin there. Again queen g4 threat. So f3 is, if that was your defensive idea, then it didn't work. And then all of you who are saying right now, king f1. Wow, oh my god, look at the king trying to escape. Queen g2 check, king e2, once again the rook, the bishop on h1. Look at this trap. Matlab, just a beauty, yeah, the h1 bishop is trapped. That's why this bar is super happy. Can you believe the way this bishop is trapped? Oh my god. Lovely. क्या ही खुद के पैर पे कुल्हाड़ी मार दी. Okay, so such alertness is required for tactics in this. That is how Gukesh brings. Did you realize yesterday also against Ali Reza, it was very similar. Ali Reza had to be on his toes. Constant tactics were in the air. And generally in such a kind of a game, what can happen in time pressure, it can be very risky because you have been carrying that burden of staying alert, high alert in fact. You can just go blank for a moment and a blunder can happen from either side. So this is a thing. For g4, guys, let me tell you the right move for bishop h1. Oh, you guys have already said that. Yes, queen शांति से, मे बी क्वीन का नाम शांति है, शांति जा रही है h3 पे. And you simply stop black's checkmate in 1 right now, and black cannot take the pawn because there is still queen h7 checkmate there. And now your idea is f3, trapping the bishop. So this bishop must go back. This bishop must go back, but the bishop can only go back to e4 because right now gf5 is a threat and white is winning the pawn there. So this can become extremely complicated, okay, if something like this happens. So after bishop d3, we came to this by just 2 moves, rook 8 and queen h5 and bishop g2. No, not bishop g2, f5 and g4. Just with this calculation we reached here. So this is highly possible that Gukesh can go queen h5, and if he doesn't go queen h5, yes, I mean there are other options which are as complex as queen h5, like going h4 and allowing bishop g2 once again, because of one reason which we all know now, breaking them, breakup ho gaya, and once the bishop goes back, forced, bishop h3 is forced there, here white can win material. Though I mean you suddenly change your mindset because that's not what you were looking at, but white to play. How does white win material here? Shreyanskar says Aryan lost all his advantage. Oh my god, that's very surprising. He really had a big advantage. Yes, Pranay. Chess Script, Senthil, Anmol, Life, Aryan, Aditya. Bishop e4, and there you have a big fork. You lose the exchange, plus the bishop is somewhere right now out there. The knight then suddenly can be in trouble, being at the edge of the board. So by the way, do you really want to take that? Yeah, bishop takes. Yes. Very crazy ideas, yeah, for Gukesh. And it's so tempting, but sometimes it's so hard that you keep calculating because everything looks exciting. So you should not fall in the trap of just calculating. Right now, what is the time situation? Can somebody let me know? Gukesh versus Nakamura. So bishop d3 has been played and Nakamura is thinking. People had asked, by the way, important question. He played rook 8. Okay. By the way, people had asked knight b3 instead of rook 8. Important question. You are attacking the rook. The advantage of bishop d3 was that now when you go rook c2, it doesn't block the bishop's way. So this was the main point also of the move bishop d3. So bishop d3 was a great move by Gukesh, getting out the bishop again to d3, attacking a6, also not worrying about knight b3 anymore, and keeping in hand all these ideas of queen h5 and allowing bishop g2. So yes, rook a8 has been played by Nakamura after a long thought. Let me see, what do we know his time situation? "51 minutes something Gukesh, 45 minutes something for Naka." Okay, so time wise they don't have like a huge gap, yeah? Acha, 41 for Naka, Guki 48. Got it. Go Gukesh. Go Kesh. Go Gukesh sounds the best, maybe. Guys, what has the poll? Should I close the poll? Gukesh. Arey, Gukesh is winning. Okay, so for today, let's have it Gukesh. Let me end the poll. Should I end the poll, guys? How is King h2 Rook g1 idea? King h2 Rook g1. Maybe you want to go h4 and then slow. I would say it's slow. The position is like black is there. You know, black is there trying to just threaten. So he's there. You can't go slow. Okay, queen h5 is the best. ठीक है guys, अभी इस बार not what you will play, but what is your prediction what Gukesh will play? What is your prediction for Gukesh? Queen h5, h4, is f3 possible? Let me check. Yeah, f3 also not the best, but quite natural. Yeah, you want to get rid of this idea. So queen h5, f3, h4, anything else as well, maybe even queen c2. What do you think Gukesh will play? I'm just bringing some water. Yes, I'm back. How is queen c2? Queen h5, h4. Maybe maximum do poll for this. Okay, should I do poll? Maybe he's gonna think. Maybe he's going to take a bit of time here. It's really complicated, absolutely. And if he has 45 minutes around, yeah, he could think for 10 minutes. But he would also be thinking when Nakamura was thinking rook rotate, and Nakamura took a long time there. So yeah, let's see. Let's do a poll. Let's try, because they are giving us opportunity by thinking. Poll, I am making it different. What will you play here? Oh, I can give only 4 options. I didn't know that. Okay, let's try. Have given the poll. It's out there. Your time starts now. Tick 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 tick. KBC जैसे लग रहा है थोड़ा बहुत. With KBC without पति. Without करोड़पति. Sorry, without करोड़. And पति both. Where is Sagar? Sagar has gone away, very tired of his daily life, so he just disappeared. समय को ढूंढने गया है. I mean वक्त को ढूंढने गया है. What I mean to say. हिमालय हमेशा के लिए. Oh, what's the poll saying? Queen h5. मतलब people are super clear. बस और कुछ नहीं चाहिए. Queen h5. Just very very sure about it. Next है भी क्या? h4. थोड़ा बहुत. A little bit of chance. Kirtana says, Amruta, imagining a perfect life. Bishop f4 played. Whoa, we are ending the poll. We did not even consider bishop f4. So that is extremely interesting. Yeah, bishop f4 has been played by Gukesh. He has found completely, I mean, at least not an engine move here for sure, and a good move at the end of it. A good move there, not getting into any complications, right? In a way, because if now bishop g2, if this time bishop g2, it's a really big blunder, and not in one way. Whoa, whoa, wow. Ah, Ratnam. Maybe, yeah, true. Let's come back to Gukesh. F3, 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 F3. So are you guys saying over here F3 attacking the bishop? Bishop goes back to H3 now, and here bishop E4. Once again the similar idea which we had seen winning an exchange. Yes, that is possible for sure. The other idea which is possible is to go queen H5, threaten a mate there too, and if F5 this time, what changes after f3 is this bishop is super trapped. Instead of winning an exchange, you win the piece because ये queen नहीं है, शांति है. It's controlling very calmly the important square there. Now, if suppose g6, a counter attacking move by black, then guys, be alert. Jago, white to play. Find the best move. Only move. Find the best move. Jago. Yes, most of you have got right. A few are suggesting queen h6 and queen g4. But the right move is knight g6. Very, very powerful. If you take, then take. Still a mate is threatened. If you take, queen takes g6, king h8. And now that you remember the idea, one of the big ideas of white, what should white play here? Oh, actually no, there are two possibilities. Rook d3 was the idea which we had checked at that point of time, if you remember, trying to shift the rook basically. That's one. But here you can also simply go queen h6 check. King g... No. I thought bishop e5 is coming. Wait. I'm only calculating. Queen h5 check. King g7. Bishop e5 is not working. Bishop f6 here. No, you have to make the best moves. Though it is winning, I would love that the game finishes in the best possible way. What are you guys saying? Bishop e5 here itself. Of course. Direct bishop e5 was coming. What nonsense. Got it. So that is the whole point of bishop g2 there. So bishop f4 is a very interesting move by Gukesh. Now, Nakamura can play knight b3 here, and for rook c2, what has happened is Gukesh has moved his bishop to f4, which means that d4 is no longer protected. So knight d4 is a fork. Of course, you cannot allow the knight to stay there. So this is forced. Bishop h7 will be forced by Gukesh, and he will need to take this knight, give up his light square bishop. So is this the position again which we are landing into? And constantly for Gukesh, bishop g2 remains a point to always be careful and make sure that he is having something in return. But it seems now, with each and every time looking at bishop g2, white is having a move like queen h5 or f3. So he's able to all the time save himself. By the way, f5 has been played by Nakamura. f5, oh, that changes quite a lot. This is not the move which we were expecting. He goes f5, finally saying that bas hua, I don't want to worry about queen h5. And now he might be threatening bishop g2, is he? What do you say? Hikaru f5 mistake, says Narendra Khandekar. f5 is a mistake. I mean, definitely it is not a very powerful move. If you look at the engine, I completely agree. But practically it just stops these ideas, many of the ideas which white has. And with f5, certain ideas even black has revived, like firstly knight b3 and knight d4, because you don't have bishop h7 check. So this is something white must make sure that he is very careful. Secondly, bishop g2 again has to be kept in mind, because once again f5 has blocked the threats on h7. But the big threat is knight b3. So Gukesh goes knight f3, defends the d4 pawn, and with f5, Mr. e6 has become a backward pawn. So here what computer was also suggesting is queen e3, defending the d4 pawn with the queen and not caring about bishop g2 once again, because the bishop is somewhere out there. It's like just out there. Crazy. Oh my god, guys. Queen e3 was such a cool move, that actually maybe Gukesh missed this, what we are looking at. Because this was, right now he had a very cool idea. Can you find it? It's so cool. I can't even believe it. I'm sure this is missed. 100%. Guaranteed. Guarantee that this was missed by both Gukesh and Naka. I would say very hard. Very, very hard. White to play. Not YouTuber says Mr. E6 was great, but Mr. E6 looks like a backward pawn. You like the addition of Mr. King F2, Queen F2, Queen G2. नहीं. इसीलिए neither Gukesh nor Nakamura like yesterday that one move which neither Alireza nor Gukesh found it. If you remember, that move bishop h6 which just was coming out of nowhere. Similarly, yes, chess script, Arohi Mathur, well done. Knight g6, what a move. Look at this move. Gukesh has, in this variation, if you give a pawn here, g2 pawn is lost. And right now, knight g6 threatens queen e6. Like if you're giving a free piece there. But if takes, then first comes rook c7 as an attack, because you first take on e7. By the way, not queen e6, because this time the bishop will be saved. Here you first recover the bishop and then win the e6 pawn. And then what is this guy doing there? Bichara, he's like locked in his house and he doesn't have a key. Somebody locked him inside the house. ऐसे feeling आ रहा है. So that was the move, knight g6. It was hard. I cannot even believe that any of them would have seen it. That's the reason queen e3 was a great move there for f3 to find this. So he was knight f3 there, and now Nakamura is thinking, guys, Gukesh has a strong threat. What is the threat? Simple है, बहुत simple है. What is the threat? That is ताल move, says Siddharth. Absolutely. ताल move और एक टाली हो जाए वाली move. Yes, absolutely. Aryan, not h4. Your threat is to win the piece. Rook c7. Double attack. Similar to when we are looking at the idea of knight g6 to clear the way of the bishop. So yes, guys, you guys are alert. Rook c7 is the threat. Now when you know the threat, what is the next question? How do I stop my opponent's threat? Karo. Abhi stop karo. So what will you play here? How will you stop your opponent's threat as black? Rook a c8, bishop f3, rook a c8, rook a c8, bishop d8, bishop c5 nahi. Rook a c8 looks the most natural, but it's a blunder. Kyun? डोंट टेल मी क्योंकि सास भी कभी बहू थी. क्यों? वाई इज रुक C8 a ब्लंडर? कर क्या रहे हो गाइज? मैं तो इंजन के साथ बैठी हूँ. यस, सेंथिल, चेस स्क्रिप्ट, आदित्य, सचिन, क्या बात है. बिशप A6 एंड ये रुक जो यहाँ गया, जो वापस आया, A6 पॉन बेचारा हो गया. सो रुक C8 नॉट वर्किंग. एंड दोज हु सेट द मूव Bishop D8, yes, that's the right move. Aryan, yes, Bishop D8 and you stop Rook C7. Now Bishop D8 looks forced because Rook C8 is not working. What else do you have? If you try to, either you can stop Rook C7, or if you say, okay, I don't want to move, I don't want to lose a piece, and you just go Bishop F6 trying to attack D4 with the idea of Knight B3, and this is getting attacked. The problem is the rook still comes in on C7 and this queen is in trouble. The queen finally needs to say goodbye to the bishop. It needs to say that you are on your own now, and over here somehow white has got a brilliant rook here, and there are beautiful ideas and many possibilities, but the strongest would be to move the rook away with a few ideas there. This Rook D6 depending on what black will play, also Knight E5. So lovely, that's very interesting what can happen. So Bishop D8 he's going to play. Did he play? Yes, no, he didn't play yet. Bishop D8 is expected, and this is the point where what Gukesh will play. More important is what Gukesh will play, because I don't doubt that Nakamura will not go Bishop D8. Other rook to C8 is also a good question by Kaustubh. What if this rook, because this defends the A6 point, well done, but I can here just take it. Once again, if you take, there is this problem, so you will have to take with the queen. And now is the question, white to play. White to play, find a tactical idea. Lovely guys, lovely. Bishop F5, and you see there is a pin there, so if EF5 there is queen E7, and if Bishop F3 GF3 trying to spoil the structure, you are not worrying, because look at this knight and look at this pawn there, and this bishop is very powerful. So that was the problem. A very good question, by the way. And there was another question, why not Bishop F3? The problem is I can take here simply, but always there is also Queen E6 check, and now when you move this, suddenly will come Rook C7. Everything looks completely devastating. So Bishop D8, no doubt. In fact, I'm wondering why he was thinking so much. But now he plays Bishop D8, and this is a position which is very critical. What Gukesh is going to do next? Manan, you can come to the chess club. It's there every Saturday 5 to 7. So some of the times when Sagar is traveling, he's not there, but in Saturday club you will be able to meet Sagar. How much time is left? It will be mostly around 30 to 33 minutes each. Step says if Gukesh defeats Fabi, man, he will be playing candidates for sure. Thank you, Zap. Bishop f6 anyways. Bishop d6. Vikas suggests a move. Bishop d6. Yes, bishop d6 attacking this rook here. Possible. Definitely a first to consider as a candidate move because it's a threat. What else? In fact, if I just look at this position, yeah guys, and I just consider a few ideas. One is h4, which we were always looking at. That's a good idea here. Working out. You're never worrying about this because you know there can be a check there. The other one is, suppose, I don't think I can consider knight e5 though, right? Oh, but it's still not as bad. I mean, I thought it should be bad, but it is not as bad as it looks because I'm again getting myself into all the, pawn storm and attack, but it's playable, though not the best there. So h4 is an idea there. Bishop d6 is definitely an idea, and I would also consider a move like bishop e5. So all these moves look very natural, and they are all in control. That's the whole point. One more move prophylactically. Is it going to be good enough? Rook c2. Yeah, look at this. Whatever move I am making, if it is not a blunder, then the position is really good for white. Normally I make a move and it's a blunder. So, of course, it's a great, pleasant position for Gukesh. It's all gonna come maybe also on time pressure, guys. I like rook c5 but knight b3. Yes, Rakshit, that's what I also thought. You're giving a tempo there. Rook c5 and knight b3. But no, oh my god, no, that's not true. White to play. Find a good move. Once again, chat comes up with awesome questions. Yes, Aditya, whenever these guys are free, they'll definitely ping. But otherwise, they're usually busy. So, Narendra says Vidit will play with Peter Swidler in Invitational at Nagpur from tomorrow. Yeah, it's an exhibition match. Definitely, guys, Sagar is, by the way, at Nagpur. And there are two matches, Ronak versus Nigel Short, Ronak Sadhwani versus Nigel Short, and Vidit versus Peter Swidler. It's going to be very interesting. They have classical also, rapid also, blitz also. So, I think today Sagar had taken interviews and he was about to put them. I don't know. I mean, he was about to edit them. I don't know if he put them up or might put them up. Morning, do check it out. I was in the stream, so I haven't been able to check it out. Knight g5. No. Guys, you're okay. Yeah, exactly. All those who have said Senthil, XRN, Ajay, Anmol, Arohi, Vidya Sahar, Step, Life. क्या बात है? Rook d5. Here comes another move. And why does it come? Because of what we know. जहाँ पे भी undefended pieces. Guys, undefended pieces. I like my slip of tongue, actually. So wherever there are these undefended pieces, we have to be very, very careful. Exactly. It's like a red flag there. You must make sure that you're not missing out. Takes bishop c4 and you win 2 pieces for rook. Okay. And if e takes d5 over here, wow. Then what do you have here actually? Nothing immediate or what? Nothing immediate actually. But absolutely something else. Bishop d6. Why? Because the rook can't go to f6. I want 50 people to answer. If rook f6, white to play, what will you do? $50 people, come on. Exactly, queen e8, and there the back rank is weak. एकदम एकदम अलग type of a pin there. The rook had to move, and this would be crazy. Look at this. This was such a great tactic. So brilliant. So rook c5 actually is definitely a possibility as well. And black really needs to take care, yeah, because bishop d8, what we have learnt is rook moving, the back rank becoming weak, all these tactics anywhere, anytime need to be alert. So bishop d8, Gukesh is thinking he might go h4, very natural, he might go rook c2, he might go bishop d6 right now. He might even go knight e5. So let's see what he's going to do. Can he go knight g5 with the idea of queen h5? The problem is bishop g5, and you just simply exchange, and it somehow smoothens out for black. Gukesh goes rook e1. What a move. This guy is finding such crazy moves. I mean, if I look at the top 3 engine moves, computer is not even suggesting them. At least the weak engine is not suggesting them. And I bet that many of you in the chat are weaker than weak engine. So you guys should be okay. So rook e1 is a move which he has found, over here, which still retains a good enough advantage there. And maybe now that we saw the ideas on the back rank, or if this bishop moves itself here, then on e7 could be interesting, plus an eye on this e6 pawn. So everything which, if something like takes happens, then also there is this rook here eyeing the e6 pawn. Quite an interesting move. This rook said, हो गया मेरा काम d1 पे, my project is done and now I am leaving this job, I need a new job. So he has shifted his job at the right time. Well done. Bravo. So rook e1, and now Nakamura would not be expecting this move for sure, with so many other possibilities. Does that mean that Nakamura will need to take some time? Most natural for Nakamura is to get this bishop out and start putting pressure on this pawn and make sure that his back rank is also protected. So yes, this can be possible. But guys, one more reason I must make sure that I tell you for rook e1. For rook e1, one more reason. Can I tell you? Very important reason. That with the bishop here, this being controlled, with the knight coming here, this rook can also say कि यार मेरा भी job हो गया इधर. I am also shifting my job, new career. This rook is also going to go to d1, and what a shift! If this happens, no, that will be epic. I mean, just beautiful, yeah. Both the rooks here. Suddenly the way like, अरे थोड़ा सा हिलना, उधर जाना, थोड़ा सा slight, that kind of a feeling that the rook goes here, and with knight b3 there, this rook can go to d1. Lovely. It's very creative. It's not about being the best or not, but it's very, very creative. You need to think very differently for this. 28 minutes for Hikaru and 32 minutes for Goku. Okay, thank you, anime. That is, by the way, Gukesh has been able to maintain more time. Not easy, yeah? Not easy. Rakshit says, Amruta enjoying drawing colorful arrows. Absolutely. I love it. Creative minds. Why my name is constantly taken. That's a good one. I like that joke. Oh, this guy plays. Nakamura plays. He goes knight b3, attacks the rook. And here, okay. Number one is yes, Gukesh can go rook d1. That looks great. But does Gukesh have an interesting possibility? My goodness. White to play. पागल हो जाओगे यार तुम, मतलब दिल तो पागल है. Just the possibilities which Gukesh is able to bring in his game, the whole ideas, the whole interconnections, the whole alertness, the kind of tactical patterns, and the pressure he's able to sustain, the pressure he gives his opponent. Just this fact of being able to maintain such dynamic element in the game, this is just brilliant. Yeah, it's not an easy thing to do that against such top players, such experienced top players. OBS scene says blitz, नहीं तो it's अच्छा नीचे का, अरे यार I have to change that scene. I'll do that later. Yes, rook c4. Look at this move. Just देखो क्रिएटिविटी को, मर रहा है फिर भी जा रहा है उधर. बिशप टेक्स c4, ब्लंडर. बिशप टेक्स c4, knight is attacked. Knight, let's say, goes back there. Queen goes here. Check to the king. King goes to h8. Bishop goes here. Queen is attacked. Queen can't go here. You take. He takes. You mate. You don't care about taking back. Where can the queen go? I don't see a place, but suppose he goes what? Queen a7 there. Once again the same idea, bishop d6, telling this rook कहाँ जाओगे? Can't go here. The skewer can't go here. Back rank. Did you even imagine finally the black king will have to worry about the back rank in such a manner? But it's happening. Whoa. So rook c4 is a very creative idea which Gukesh has there in his mind, and for black he might think it ठीक है, if I don't take it now it's fine, I can defend the e6 pawn first. That could be an idea for him. But can he go rook e8, guys? Can he go rook e8? White to play. No, yes, exactly. Rakshit, Chess always, Saint Sniper, Voxy, Chess Script, absolutely. Bishop takes f5 here. He cannot take because once again, if you take here queen c4 and there is a pin in this way this time, and if the knight goes back attacking the queen, the queen just simply goes back because there is another pin there and a lot of threats incoming. So this is going to be tough for black. By the way, let's go back. Knight b3 has been played. So we have to see whether Gukesh will choose rook c4, rook c d1, or just a plain simple rook c2. Considering his last move of rook e1, he might go rook d1, rook c d1. But फिर भी थोड़ा दर्द तो होगा ना, इतने साल इस जॉब में थे. It was all very nice colleagues there, everything. Somehow growth नहीं था. So he's changing his job. So थोड़ा दर्द होगा. So I think that emotion might tell him कि नहीं ठीक है, I want to still be on the C file. Maybe I still want to try. So देखते हैं. Rook c2 is a mistake, I think. Chess script says. Why is it a mistake, rook c2? Why do you think it's a mistake? Not a mistake. I mean, rook c4 is the best move there. Firstly, let me tell you guys, rook c4 is the best move. Goes into complications. Once again, he needs to be precise. But rook c2 is safer. More natural. So he goes rook c2. Gukesh has played rook c2, by the way. And we have a result. Magnus versus Wesley has drawn. Wow, so they are going to go in Armageddon. So basically Magnus is not going to be on 0. That's a good thing. Of course, it's never easy to, beat Magnus. So this is Magnus game. Aryan Tari versus Nodirbeg is still going crazy. King, look at the kings. Like a backpacker, the king is traveling, yeah? King on E2. मज़ा आएगा. वाओ, दिस इज अटैक्ड. क्या चल रहा है गाइस, क्या चल रहा है? कंप्यूटर को भी नहीं समझ में आ रहा है. इट्स ऑल प्रिटी. द इनिशिएटिव इज इन विथ ब्लैक, बट too many things happening down there. Too many things. Material. What is the material? Is it equal? Black is a pawn up. That's the material. And white's king is in the center. Gukesh versus Nakamura. Gukesh has played rook c2. Anish versus... Oh my god, Anish actually fought back. The advantage has dissolved greatly here. Crazy. After 93, I am wondering how did Fabiano even allow that. Bishop b3, h6. Not a good move by Fabi. So that is still h4 was again still not a great move. Oh, it was... He had to start. He had to start with a5. Fabi just had to forget everything and start with a5. He played queen c6 and that gave Anish an opportunity here. Takes. He exchanged one pair of rooks. Now goes queen a1. Queen goes to c8. Oh, look at this move by Anish. Knight d4. And if e takes d4, he is going to go c takes d4 with the idea of d5. And then c4 will hang and e6 will also hang. Crazy. Amazing. Oh, that has happened. This is the position. Can you believe it? First Armageddon of the day. Yes, Narendra. Magnus versus Wesley will be an Armageddon. Aryan missed a win. Let's look at that as well. Acha, he missed a win before. Shark made a mistake. Okay, let's not go into details right now for this game. We have a lot to check out. Anish ka ye position hai. That is interesting. That's cool. And what about Firuza? Oh, Firuza is in trouble. Shark is pressing. He's gone right now. King h1. Ali Reza's last move was king h1. Knight f4 was played. He went king h1. And now Shark is thinking. Look at this bishop. It's like घर पे है, पर्दा खोलना ही नहीं है उसको. ये दो इधर ही है. It's there for a while now after king h1. But materially, white actually has double bishop. What is the material? White has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pawns, whereas black has also 6 pawns. So materially it's equal. The pawn structure is quite weird. In fact, this knight looks very, very powerful. Also, these rooks are a bit disconnected there. Black's rook is lovely placed on the open file, eyeing also on the 7th rank. This pawn, actually the curtains are going to open, and once they open, yahan pe it all looks slightly weak. All of this is giving also the queen here on h4. What should we call it? We could consider it misplaced. Sometime such a tactic, any kind of tactic has to be alert for. So Firuza is in trouble. Mamedov has played amazing chess. That means it was like f5 was such a brilliant move. It all started here, and from this moment he was able to bring in such a position. Great play by Mamedov. Okay, Magnus versus Wesley. Armageddon is about to begin in... No, not about. I don't know how long. Maybe another 10 minutes. But let's go to Gukesh's game. Nubair Shah Sheikh. Hello guys. Hi Nubair. How's you? What's up? Are you in Nagpur or are you here? Arey. Hey. Queen on h4 in quarantine. We can say maybe. Okay, Nuber, what do you think of Gukesh's position? Gukesh versus Nakamura today. Very interesting. You are in Nagpur. Okay. So we're not going to disturb you much. I thought you were in Mumbai. But okay. Maybe you can let us know your thoughts on, yes, Gukesh. Guys, Nuber is an I am a very strong player, very strong bullet and blitz player also. If you see his rating, Nuber अभी क्या है 2900 के ऊपर थे ना तुम. So do check his games out. He's from Mumbai. Gukesh is going to be the next world champion from India, says Nuber Shah. Absolutely agree there. Same opinion there. Shritish Rathod says, I'm from Nagpur. Arey, then to you should go and check out the tournament which is happening there. Spectators are allowed in Nagpur event, says Vishwesh. अब उनके बारे में क्या बोले? जीतेंगे. हाँ, that's like a big statement. Very clear, yeah, Nuber? Wow. Yes, he says yes. क्या बात है? And Nuber, when is your tournament starting tomorrow? What time is your round? And what is your seeding there? XRN says, I am coming to see the tournament. Yes, Nakamura, by the way, has went bishop b6. And now he is there. Nakamura is also being very alert about the tactics happening there. कल से आफ्टरनून आई एम 18th seeded. Oh, quite strong. क्या बात है, amazing. Guys, you're gonna have more updates from tomorrow. Nagpur tournament also, Vidit is also playing. There's a rating tournament also. We have Shahid there, we have Sagar there, so it's gonna be fun there. And of course we will be looking at Norway Chess as well. So bishop b6, last move by Naka. Now d4 is hanging, knight d4. This time it looks like this threat is real. Knight d4, knight d4, bishop d4. Or how do you want to save it? Looks bishop e5 looks like definitely a strong move, keeping an eye on g7 point because it's on 7th rank as well. But this bishop here is not gonna let the rook on 7th rank easily. So maybe the position is now going in a, less and less, danger, you can say. It's going towards safety there, and the whole alertness now is going to change. Suddenly it's lot of simplifications seem likely in the air. So bishop e5, I guess Gukesh might go for. Looks like that move. Other idea, guys, look at this idea. Bishop c4, because you know what you're doing, trying to remove the defender, because e6 is a weakness there. Right now it's a backward pawn, it's a big weakness, so you want to remove d5 bishop. What you are saying is, yes, you can capture this thing here, I will capture back, you can capture back, I can capture here, and if you capture with the pawn, trying to save the pawn, then once again this bishop will jump into d6 and rook c7, and a lot of threats are happening there. Black will be in danger. So you would love to not, you would not really worry about queen takes e6. That will be fine. And queen, suppose this happens, then this will settle down, and mostly black will have not enough initiative actually, I thought, with this pawn, but mostly it will fizzle out. What Gukesh plays? Oh my god, he goes queen e5. Evaluation bar doesn't like it at all. But he goes queen e5. He's not thought much. Is he having a lot of advantage on time, guys? Can you let me know? Eight minutes more. So Gukesh is having 25 minutes and 17 minutes for Nakamura. Got it. And how many moves they have to make? 14 moves. Okay, not a big worry. But queen e5 here, again, very, very different kind of a move Gukesh has found. And what is he trying to do? Guys, what is his threat? Okay, one is he supported this. What else does he want here? What else does he want there? What are the moves he is kind of, maybe is he trying to prevent rook a c8 in any way? No, that's possible. Rook c8 is definitely possible. Is rook fc8 possible? Yes, that's also possible. So what exactly is this move doing here? Why queen on e5? Such a nice outpost. Why would he want to place this? Yes, we know that black cannot easily take the knight here because there is queen e6, which is an important move to consider. Oh, in this case you cannot even take here because now the rook is on c2, and let's not forget it's a big fork there. Knight f3 going to be over. So important will be to capture this knight on b3. That can get dangerous for Gukesh. Gukesh has gone queen e5, but it can get dangerous if Nakamura simply first says ki okay, there is no threat Gukesh, let me just improve my pawn here, go a5, remove the weakness forever so that my rook is free from imprisonment. Later it's gonna go to c8. I am also keeping my b4 pawn intact. Because my knight is on b3, I am also disconnecting these two pawns, and a4 is becoming a weakness, d4 is a weakness. Oh my god, f5 has also stopped all the possibilities there. So queen e5 is definitely not a great idea there. Not a great idea. But it's not bad. Like, the only thing is Gukesh will really need to make sure that he is not gonna make further subtle errors. It's very important. After a5, not easy what to do. Maybe he wants to go h4, h5, h6 there. That is his idea. Maybe that is very attractive right now, but does he have time to do that? Okay, another idea is bishop c4 for a5. Does he want to go bishop c4? But rook e8, and also, whoa, queen e5. Not sure. What's Naka going to do here? Rook c1. Rook c1 played. What are you saying? I mean, it's an inaccuracy. Yeah, I think queen e5 definitely is not the best. I can't say it's an inaccuracy because unless we're sure that black gets advantage, I'm not 100% sure. I think he wants to play rook e2, says xyz. Oh, this rook to e2. But what are you going to do with tripled major pieces there? Not gonna help. Knight g5 maybe. You want to go knight g5? No, but if I make a move like a5, yeah, just like literally just doing nothing. And now let's say I take all of your moves. Knight g5. First blunder because you lose the defense of this thing there, and knight d4 is happening. You can't move the knight there. What else? Rook c1. Suppose rook c1. Oh, he played rook a c8. Actually, he played rook a c8. Naka played rook a c8. Gukesh took on c8 and Naka also took on c8. So one pair of rook is exchanged. Now, in fact, maybe that is a good thing for Gukesh, because this rook was kind of, it had lost its powers, you can say. Rook c7 and all those ideas which it had kind of had fizzled out. Black had managed to maneuver his pieces. Is it time to go h4? Firstly, protect the rank also. Is it time to rectify your error and bring your queen back? But if you go queen e3, that might be a waste move there. Maybe a5 once again. Yeah, it does no good there. Computer suggests queen e2 because even if you're giving this, once again you are attacking the a6 pawn, back to square one, guys. If you remember the moment when Gukesh actually had his queen on a2. And this time if you go a5, that's not possible because white to play.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, Sentinel, Chess Script, Chandan Nagar, Ayush, ADR, Shreen Shruti, Narayan, not YouTuber, Neetu Anand, Sentinel, absolutely right. Bishop a6 and then you can win material here. So a5 के लिए time नहीं है. Once again the rook goes to deja vu लग रहा है ना. This is like a deja vu. Queen e2 and rook a8 had happened. So if rook a8, and in this situation he can now place the bishop here, protecting the d4 solidly. So this could be possible. In fact, he went queen e2, Gukesh did go queen e2, and Naka did play rook a8. We are exactly at what we were analyzing, and I am getting a call from my husband. Should I pick it? Hello?
Hello, Amruta.
Hi.
Hi.
Zoom link. You have been
Hi.
signed out because you're currently signed in on another
Zoom
device.
link. You have been signed out because you're currently signed in on another device.
I mean, I'm there. If you see your call, I must be there.
Oh, arey, 1 second.
Oh, arey, 1 second.
One second, guys. Let me get Sagar's. Yeah. Can the chat hear you? No, I can't hear you, but.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, guys. Welcome.
Your voice is breaking, lekin. Do you have a better internet?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Now it's better.
Amruta, can you hear me?
But can you sit in an angle where it's
Breaking?
No, it's fine.
My voice is
In between. Can you sit in an angle which is a little bit what to say?
Wait.
Yeah, can you change the mobile angle which is in front of you? सॉरी हाँ बेटर स्टिल बहुत जूम है थोड़ा दूर से रहेगा तो ठीक है पर ठीक है
Is this good?
बेटर थोड़ा दूर रख सकते हो हाँ मे बी राइट ठीक है दिस इज फाइन लेट्स ट्राई टू let me try to make my photo a little bit smaller. Yeah, wait, awesome, perfect. So Sagar, how are you?
Kaustav, I am in CP. I'm good, Amruta. How are you doing? And what is Gukesh up to?
Thanks for joining so that I'll be having a bit of rest there. Nice curtain shirt. Nice curtain shirt. Guys, this is a very special shirt from Orissa. Ranjan Mohanty had given. Echo OP. Okay, I think all good now. Let me tell all of you, we have
Yeah.
joining in Sagar Shah
Amruta, I think there is a small
right now.
lag or
Lag in what sense? No. No lag. All okay.
when I say something
Hmm.
you hear after some
Correct.
time.
But anyway, I will pause and speak because सिर्फ बड़बड़ करने में क्या मतलब है? पहले सुनो, grasp करो, and then you should talk. So Sagar, this is the current position. You have joined in at a very right time. There is a lag which is okay. तुम्हारा कौन सा है? मोबाइल से आ रहा है ये आवाज़ और are you putting the computer आवाज़? मतलब is it Wi-Fi or is it
I'm
your
putting the
GeoNet?
computer आवाज
Computer आवाज़. Do you want to try उल्टा?
Wi-Fi.
Do you want to try GeoNet का आवाज़ if there is a lag?
Okay, I can try.
उधर से unmute कर दो.
Wait. Amruta,
Yeah, this is better. And guys, here Rook 8. We are on time. This is exactly what we are looking at. So don't you worry. Right now we have a few seconds. By एको आ रहा है. By the way, guys, Magnus versus Wesley has started. अगर नहीं हो रहा है तो वही चालू रखो. It's okay. It's a very minor lag. It's not a big lag. Seriously, it's okay. Magnus versus Wesley has started Armageddon. So Magnus has got white, which means a draw would be good for Wesley. Wow.
Can you hear me well now?
Yes, absolutely. Lovely. Let's go back to Gukesh's game. Two moves have happened. No, one move has happened. Gukesh played Queen E3 here. Okay, from this point, after Rook 8, he played Queen E3, defended the D4 pawn. He did not go Bishop E5. And now, Nakamura has gone Queen C6, trying to take control of C file and attack the A4 pawn, as we know. What is
And
Gukesh
also,
going to
Amruta,
do?
he has defended his E6 pawn. So which means that bishop takes F3 and then picking up the D4 pawn could be an idea, because earlier whenever he would take bishop
Yeah.
F3, E6 pawn was hanging.
Yeah, exactly. Whenever मतलब तुमको पता है क्या चल रहा था?
No, I mean, I was just right now.
No, just
E6
kidding.
pawn was weak,
Yes,
you know?
Sagar, absolutely right. Actually, this is true because now Queen E6 is not just going to be a check, but there will be exchanges there. In fact, I'm always worried about the move. If Naka gets A5, it looks very long term. Like, you know, this weakness is gone and A4 pawn is big trouble then. Imagine the knight just stays here, A4 pawn is gone, then this is very, very scary. So Gukesh has to be very careful here. By the way, we have a big super chat by Ramit Malhotra. He says, "Hi, hey Sagaruta, great tuning in into classic CBI coverage of a major tourney. Missed y'all last few months. Even Gotham didn't cover Sharjah or Dubai or even CCT games. In any case, hope you're doing well. 2 million goal for 2023. Smiley."
Thank you, Ramit.
Thank you,
so
Ramit.
much.
Yeah, but we covered Sharjah, by the way. He was there, no? In between? No, I don't know. But we did cover Sharjah full tournament. Sagar is back right now. Aronian Shah
Amruta,
Yes.
my question is that what should be White's plan here?
H4.
Because
I'm waiting for H4, Sagar.
but H4 bishop takes F3.
हाँ तो इक्वालिटी में नहीं जाएगा क्या? क्वीन E6 के बाद हाउ इज इट इवन गेटिंग बेटर फॉर वाइट? क्वीन E6. What will you play? You will have to take forced.
Yeah.
Because if you go king h8, you can just pick this knight up, simplest, absolutely possible. But you could also take on f5, threatening a mate in between. So yeah, anyway, if queen e6 check, you will play queen e6, right? And I will have to play rook e6. Now your bishop on f3 is hanging. Are you going to move that bishop? Or are you going to take knight d4?
Okay. So now knight d4, rook takes b6, right?
Yes. And then
Okay,
white
very
will have double
interesting.
bishop.
The thing
Yeah.
is that bishop on f3 and bishop on b6 both are attacked
Correct.
and both cannot be saved.
Correct.
So
Lovely.
h4 is your plan. Is knight e5 possible, or is it just a very weird move?
Oh, knight e5, you want to attack the queen? No, it is definitely possible actually, because you don't have time for any bishop takes d4 business, because after takes at the end of it, your white can save his knight with a check. That's the reason it doesn't work. Takes and win the piece. So black will have to move the queen actually. He'll have to go back queen b7, and then Gukesh can actually draw knight f3 back. That is funny. Oh, he goes bishop e5. He goes bishop e5. Gukesh has gone bishop e5. In fact, Sagar, when Gukesh went queen e5, I can say that can be the major, that one time, a very slight inaccuracy. He didn't need to go that. Bishop e5 at that point would have been better. But now, here, what is black going to do is a question. A move like rook c8 is a big problem. You know why?
I was thinking that the g7 pawn would be weak. So somehow either we take on g7, that could be one, or queen g5 trying to attack g7.
Ekdam simple problem. Whenever you move your rook, look here. Bishop takes a6.
Okay, a6. True.
So it was not happening so easily. So bishop e5 को my first question, मेरे को black से चाहिए कि can black get a5 and white से चाहिए कि can white go h4.
Or
Amruta, but Sagar, your move for a5.
Can black snatch the pawn right now with queen takes a4? Because that's a free pawn, right?
Yes, that also I wanted to show. If queen takes a4. Here, what should white play? Guys in the chat, important question. If Naka takes this pawn.
Because one of the things is that I want to go queen g5, but there is queen d7 back and I don't see any progress. So,
wow. Rakshit has found it and Ratnam. Two people have found it. Bishop g7.
Oh, bishop g7 works. King g7. Queen g5.
Queen e5 check.
Queen e5. Okay. King g8. Bishop f5. Huh?
No, you have to still play forcing. Queen g3 check. Now if you go king h8. Oh my god, Sagar, this is impossible to really calculate.
Knight e5, no?
No, it's very, very difficult. Guys, white to play. आज आपने बोला था. All of you in the chat. By the way, Sagar, today chat promised. Today chat decided that I'll be asking tough questions and they agreed to it. They wanted tough challenges and they did a promise कि they are not going to look at the engine. So, सबने
Amruta,
promise भेजा.
I have a move. I have a move. Bishop takes f5.
Bishop takes f5. What's your idea? And many people some people in the chat also think that bishop f5 here, but black has a good defense. What was your idea?
Rook e7. ef5, rook e7, and then...
Yes, ef5 ko rook e7 with the idea of queen g7. Checkmate. No, that's not working. He just simply takes bishop d4 first. Because queen a1 को knight e1 या rook e1 है ना, तो bishop d4 and then g7 is saved and then there is a back rank mate. Tactics are crazy. He played, by the way, Sagar, moves have happened in the game. Shall we go back? Shall I tell you this?
Yes, let's go back. No, it's fine. He didn't take on a4. He played queen d7.
And will
Which is
Gukesh...
actually
Huh.
good for Gukesh, right?
Slight ways. I mean, it's very hard to say anything good or bad because the way we have been analyzing, you miss one move and you are gone. That kind of a thing. Sometimes when you are going into tremendous calculation. So that's why here, once again, if Gukesh wants to go something like safe, he can think of h4. But there are also ideas like g4. Now tell me, g4 is such a hard move to play, correct? I mean, g4 here?
G4?
Yeah.
G4, does it work? F takes G4? Knight G5?
No,
Or
find
bishop
it, guys.
H7?
White to play. Crazy. What did you say last, Abhi?
Bishop H7, I was thinking.
Yeah.
But bishop
What's the
H7,
idea?
king
Bishop
H7.
h7 का idea क्या है पर?
Bishop H7, king H7 to checkmate your opponent is the idea.
So then what? Bishop h7, king h7 को?
Knight G5 check.
No, knight g5 को king g6 आ रहा है. Somehow it will escape. Again, queen d3 is forced here. And then when the king moves back, then comes knight g5. A little bit like a Greek gift. थोड़ा बहुत एक essence है. It has some essence. But what has happened in the game, and here guys, knight g5, and this can get crazy with queen h7, so it's very interesting. Of course, Gukesh first played knight g5, and now his opponent...
What? He played knight G5?
First, not g4.
But what if ace H6? What was his idea? H6?
h6, he must be wanting to go to h3 and then come to f4. So that was his maneuver.
And notice, Amruta, that the queen has moved away from that diagonal. So actually G2 pawn is no longer hanging. So the knight could move.
Yeah, oops, this queen. Yeah, exactly. That is so cool.
But Nakamura goes knight A5 back. And
Yeah.
he's saying that I want to go back knight C6 and eliminate that bishop on E5.
In a way same, right? Where white is saying he wants to go knight h3, knight f4, and Naka is saying he wants to go to knight c6. So
Yeah,
are
the
they going
knights
to
are
land in
being
opposite colored bishop? Which means दोनों अगर bishop, if they exchange, they will be left with b6 and t3 bishop.
Yes, and also Amruta, for our viewers, just so that they know, nine moves are still left to be made for move 40, and Gukesh has 10 minutes 50 seconds, and Nakamura has 10 minutes 3 seconds.
Ah, nice. Kaustav says, good to hear you are in CP. I'm in Nagpur too. Let's catch up post tournament if you get time. See you.
Sure, Kaustav. And right now, Amruta, what should white play is the question. Should we go G4? Let's open it up completely.
G4. Whoa. Lovely.
Because G4,
h6
I
is
believe
the
the
main move.
H6 or maybe knight C6 maybe.
Now you want to go knight c6 there, but then gf5. Oh.
EF.
And the queen will come to h3 and attack the h7 pawn. You will might be having to play h6 or g6. Also, not just h7, bishop f5 is also the threat. So if you go g6, then I can save my bishop and go to f6. I don't know, it's every move has a different effect. That's the whole beauty of this game. Yeah, each move, it's just completely different effect.
Yeah, I also like how both players are fighting, and they could have agreed to a draw somehow by some repetition or something, but they want to continue the game. Both are ambitious.
Hey, maybe that repetition can happen now. If Gukesh goes back to f3, knight f3, let's say, and he goes knight c6, if there is not a big change. No,
But
it gives
Amruta, a very
chance.
logical
Yeah,
question. Logical question has been asked by someone, I think Ratnam, who says that knight h3, knight f4. Why shouldn't we continue with that plan?
I agree. Knight h3 looks
So let's say
great.
knight h3.
Knight
Knight
c6,
c6,
knight f4.
knight f4.
Now you want to take on e5, suppose. Okay, that's the most natural. Knight e5. Now
But knight
knight
c5, queen e5.
queen e5 has a problem.
Bishop c7, right?
Yeah, amazing. And when you go back and after bishop takes f4, queen takes f4, this simplification happens. Queen a4 in the
a4 is
end
hanging.
is hanging.
Okay. So
Knight f4,
maybe
knight e5. Suppose you play, you may need to have an intermezzo. First you take the bishop on d5. Then it is okay.
right.
Because b6 is also hanging. If he takes knight d3, attacks the rook, this is funny, huh? You have knight b6. And then you also attack the queen and the rook. So that's why it works. Yeah, this should be the simplest. I think they will go for it because the amount of calculations which were happening were insane. But Gukesh plays h4. Oh my god, Gukesh decides to fight in a way, right, Sagar?
Yes.
Because that was kind of almost going towards equality. That's a big decision by
And Amruta
Gukesh.
Nakamura played very quickly knight c6.
Oh my
9
god.
minutes 11 seconds for Nakamura, 8
Ooh.
minutes 10 seconds for Gukesh, 8 more moves to make. And how does Gukesh continue, Amruta?
Oof. Well, not easy because he's
Because
definitely taken a risk here for sure.
Yeah.
Already there are weaknesses like a4 and h4, a4 and d4. We know that. So h4 is brave guy.
risk hai to ishq hai,
Correct.
Amruta. That is for
That
sure.
is true. तूने risk ले लिया. That is true.
I mean, he's taken the risk, and Gukesh is that kind of a player. He doesn't back down from a fight. And I think Gukesh goes rook c1. Wow, very interesting move.
No,
He's
हुआ
put
क्या?
his rook on.
Don't tell me the moves before because I am only going to look at leeches. So what happens is when leeches updates, I check the moves.
Yes, rook c1 happened, but
Leeches पे?
no, I'm seeing on
Yeah.
chess.com.
No. फिर कोई point नहीं है ना. We should wait here or no?
No, but there, what is happening, we should see. And also, the clock is
Okay.
not there on leeches. Why is it not there?
हाँ, today leeches didn't have a clock at all.
Ah,
ठीक है. So tell me the moves. h4 को what did he play?
knight c6.
And Gukesh goes rook c1.
Yes.
And it's Sagar, how much would you say that this little bit here and there of the evaluation bar that can really matter? What do you think?
No, I think mainly it's about both sides not having a very clear-cut plan. So even though Nakamura might get a small edge, his next moves are not so clear. Should he play a5? Should he take on e5? Should he attack d4? Should he play h6? I mean, there are so many possibilities here that it's very clear, very unclear, the entire situation.
That's true. That is true. By the way, Jay Pandit says broadcast is chess.com exclusive, unfortunately. So that's why I think maybe leeches did not get. Let's see tomorrow what happens. Rakshit says today Amruta has decided to become the ambassador of h4. Yes. And
Yeah, this is very weird that a broadcast is exclusive.
Yeah.
Earlier, videos used to be exclusive, but now broadcast moves with clock is exclusive. I think this happened maybe
really?
very rarely. Yeah,
Yeah,
because this is what we had. If you remember 2016 candidates, this is what had happened, and then there was all this uproar and so on.
Got it. Oh, that's going to be hard for chess actually then. Not easy, yeah. Well, anyway, Pre says what
95,
happens to their
take.
classical rating in this tournament if someone draws in the classical game and then loses in blitz? No, the classical rating only impacts the classical and the blitz
Classical
rating impacts.
rating remains what happens with a draw. Yeah.
Yeah. Jay Pandit says Chess24 already has won a lawsuit about this.
So Amruta, queen
Oh.
e5.
Okay. Queen e5. Knight e5, queen e5 happened. Now what did Nakamura play? Did he play? Yet? Gookie low on time. Okay. Did he play yet? Because the computer
Yes,
suggests h6
95
here.
queen e5.
And now computer
No, it
suggests
95
h6.
queen e5 happened.
Yeah, and here he suggests h6, Sagar.
H6 happened, knight h3 also happened. 6
Oh,
minutes 43
he's
seconds and six,
absolutely
both
oh.
players
You know for
on 6
h6?
minutes 43 seconds.
Wow. You know for h6, Sagar, Gukesh had to make an intermezzo. And it was very hard. It was almost again impossible. a5. How do you find this kind of a move? a5. And the whole idea is if you take on a5, guys, white to play. This was the idea to simplify. Unbelievable. Bishop a5, then what was the idea? Why a5 was an interesting intermezzo. Rakshit, if you go rook c5, then bishop b6 and then you lose the piece on a g5. So that's not going to work. But why did he push you to a5? Always remember, undefended
Rook
piece there.
a1.
There is a pin there. No, not rook a1. There's a pin. Knight e6.
Knight e6.
Yeah,
Oh.
knight e6.
But knight e6, queen e6.
Yeah, if bishop e6, you have the queen takes a5. And if queen e6, now there is rook c5. Because now your knight on
Rook
h6 is
c5.
g5 is not hanging.
Okay, but Amruta, a5 is not going to happen. Knight h3 has happened. Nakamura has 5 minutes.
What did he play?
Gukesh has 6
If
minutes here on the clock.
Nakamura needs to find either of the two moves, which mostly he will find. But if he finds that, then Gukesh is in trouble. Big trouble, in fact.
Which move? Bishop's what? Rook c8, maybe one move.
Okay, no, that's not it. Good. What else comes to your mind?
a5 maybe.
Good, that's also not the move. What else? Guys, what else? Yeah, not easy actually, now that I consider it. And now that you also did not consider it on the first go. Not easy, but if Nakamura finds it, he is very alert. Basically, knight f4 is your threat, no? So he is moving the bishop on d5 to attack the pawn on d4. So bishop b3 also to attack the pawn on a4 or bishop a2. Bishop b3 looks still stronger to me because
How
it
is
has
bishop b7?
bishop b7.
I think not so good, right? Because then you can attack
Bishop
e6
c4.
with bishop
Yeah,
c4.
exactly. So that's why bishop had to stay on this diagonal with bishop b3. And now how do you defend d4 pawn? It's not difficult, Sagar, because you are losing the pawn directly.
Yeah.
Nothing
No,
can defend it.
Bishop b3, I think, yeah, it's very tough
That's
to
the
defend
reason
the
a5 was important, because now there is not like you know, maybe it can happen that if miss this move suddenly, it just comes
Oh,
out
but
of
he
nowhere.
plays rook c8. He plays rook c8.
Oh, he misses it, but this was gone. I mean, very difficult. Gukesh would have had to play d5. Maybe he rejected for this reason, d5. Or maybe he just didn't see it. Rook c8 is
Okay,
played.
but now rook c8, can we take?
Yes, you
take
should
and
take
play?
here. At least you should take and deflect that queen for a while from attacking a4 and keeping pressure on d4. So the queen c8, this is important. Black has double bishop, and for a while knight is there at the edge of it, at the edge of the board.
But knight f4, no, rook c8, queen c8, knight f4, or that's
Oh,
not
if
good.
you go knight f4, problem, big problem, black to play. Oh, Gukesh blunders bol rahe sab. Rook e1 and a5 played. Your queen c1 is happening, Sagar. Queen c1 and bishop
Oh,
c7.
rook e1, he blunders, Amruta, rook e1
Oh,
to
shit.
rook c8. He keeps the rook, and now Nakamura goes a5.
Yeah.
Why is rook
Once
e1 such
a5
a big
is
mistake?
because once black gets this a5 b4, now it's all about double bishops. Now bishop coming to b3, d4 cannot be defended,
But
and
now
it's
our
just
bishop
gone.
can go to b5, no?
And what do you get in return?
I mean, my bishop is well placed. Knight is coming to f4. How am I so worse?
Maybe the backrank idea is with bishop c7 or what then? What? Let's see then. Maybe if you think it's not so easy, so we will.
He went bishop b5. He played his bishop to b5. He attacks the queen. Where
Hmm.
should the queen go? Queen c7?
Queen d8. Why would you exchange the queens right now?
Yeah, I don't know. But queen d8, knight f4.
h4 is hanging, huh? I mean, not immediately. I'll take, I guess, because
I think even if not knight queen h4, but bishop c7, yeah, to knight f4.
for queen d8, knight f4, bishop c7.
Knight e6. Okay, got it.
No, bishop c7, knight e6. Still, it's difficult. Bishop takes e5 after simplification. I'll take your queen. You take my queen. And I move the bishop back.
Yeah, people are saying that if it could be a draw, but I doubt, Amruta, because now Hikaru
No.
will start to
Yeah.
press for sure. But time-wise, Amruta, Hikaru has only 2 minutes 40 seconds. How many
Acha.
moves does he have to make?
37th. No, it's easy. 3 moves.
Four? No, 4 moves. 4 moves. It's not easy. It's not easy. You have to
No?
play, and there's no increment. He might come under pressure here. Because 4 moves, 2 minutes, 20 seconds left. Gukesh has 5 minutes on the clock. Bishop b5. Where do you move your queen? The
But
queen
even
will
if
go to
you move, if
c7.
you said like queen c7, the move which you were trying to play, like it's the point. That's the point. Whatever you play, you still maintain your big advantage. Beat
Yeah.
queen d8, beat queen c7, beat queen f7, beat queen a7, attacking d4.
Amruta, he goes queen c7. He offers the queen trade. I thought that was very natural. So he plays it. And Gukesh, look at Gukesh,
I hope
Amruta.
he
He
didn't
goes
take.
queen e3.
Yes, good move.
Gukesh is
At
like,
least, yes.
I don't want to trade.
Yeah,
He's just keeping
yeah.
the tension in the position, which is
That
very
is good.
interesting
Yeah,
strategy.
because Nakamura is in time pressure, so he uses that. No.
Yeah. I think Gukesh is playing with Naka there, but also Nakamura is not someone who can be easily played. So Gukesh has to be very careful here.
Now
Okay,
what do you play?
he's getting his knight to f4. So
Yeah,
what should black do?
Exactly. Now this is not easy, yeah? What do you play? Maybe. What would you suggest here?
I don't know. Maybe queen. I was thinking of moves like queen c2 getting very active.
Exactly,
But
I
then
was
knight
also
f4.
thinking queen c2. Oh, queen c2 is anyway blunder because bishop d7 and then you lose the e6 pawn. So that's cool. So
Oh, he goes queen d6.
Oh,
he plays queen
yeah,
d6.
he plays a strong move.
But
Keeps
okay, knight
control.
f4 not or what?
Yeah, Gukesh might go. I mean, he will have to now. I mean, how long the knight can sit there? It must come into the game. Is he? Yeah, knight f4. I think Nakamura will not give the bishop. He will save it to e4 for knight f4.
True. Knight f4, bishop e4 makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
You can't go f3 because of bishop takes d4.
And you will have
So
to
knight
defend the d4 pawn, right? If you go, I mean, only 2 moves to defend, either knight e2 or rook d1.
Yeah. By the way, Gukesh down to 3 minutes 10 seconds. Nakamura is 1 minute 43 seconds. Guys, please do like the stream. It's 12:30 in the night. Amruta has been commentating from 8:30 p.m. and that is she's bringing in all the live commentary for you. I'm right now in Nagpur. Tomorrow the match Vidit versus Swidler begins here. Also Raunak versus Nigel Short. Today was the press conference. We'll be putting up videos very soon tomorrow. B. Sumant says for knight f4, why not bishop c7? Sumant maybe, but can also go g3 there. That is a possibility.
No, bishop c7 looks like a mistake. Are Sagar, you know what the funny thing about this game? The tactics are crazy.
Gukesh blunders.
Oh
Gukesh
my
blunders
God.
big time. He goes bishop d3 and he simply misses Nakamura's next move, bishop a2. Brilliant move by Hikaru. There is no way to defend the
Yeah.
d4 pawn now.
Yeah.
But bishop
Yeah.
a2 was such a cool move, right?
Maybe he saw bishop b3 here and then he would have seen there is bishop f5. So it doesn't work.
And what about bishop b7? What was the problem with bishop b?
Bishop
e6
c4.
is
No,
it?
acha.
e6
e6 is
is handled.
handling. Correct. So
But bishop
bishop.
a2 is such a nice move because now there's no discovered attack. Bishop
Yeah.
is safe there. d4 pawn, who's going to save? I think Gukesh has made a huge mistake and Nakamura has capitalized
Yeah.
on it perfectly.
Like in the last few moves, Nakamura was very alert actually. And somehow I still feel that one move, the plan with queen e5 did not work out for Gukesh. Though it was not
Yeah.
very bad, but kind of brought some stagnancy, because he took again restructure.
The funny thing about this position, Amruta, is that right now Nakamura's move has left Gukesh with no way to defend the d4 pawn. And I don't even know what he will play because
How to
his
create.
position is now just so bad.
Yeah, to create counterplay is very difficult. By the way, guys, in between we have a big result. Magnus has beaten Wesley in Armageddon. So that's a
Okay.
big result. Yeah. Why not push e6? No, you can't.
No, Gukesh down to 33 seconds, and this is okay, his last move, so he can make that move, but I think he's in trouble. Gukesh will lose this, it seems.
Yeah, this
But
is not impossible to fight back with Nakamura in such a situation. You don't have much counterplay also, right? Like the black
yeah,
king is exposed or something like
he
that.
goes knight f4, Amruta. But now just bishop d4, right?
Yeah, for sure. Bishop d4.
And then e5 is coming up, and it's just very, very clean. So, yeah, Gukesh, in his bid to sort of overpress a bit, or you can say to defend more actively, has made a couple of inaccuracies, and Nakamura has taken advantage of it.
Absolutely.
Okay, Amruta, I will take your
Yeah,
leave right
yeah,
now,
sure,
and
Sagar.
then thank you.
Yes, thanks for
Take care,
joining in
guys.
for a
Thank you.
while. It's
Please do
always
follow.
good to have you here. Bye bye.
Bye.
Why not rook a1? That's the question. Where are you asking? Here, if you go rook a1 over here, bishop d4 still comes with a tempo, and then you can take back your bishop. By the way, this has happened. Bishop d4, queen d2 he played, and Nakamura went back bishop e5 here. Attacks the knight there. Also pins the bishop there. The knight can go to g6. I mean, at least a place where some better activity it can get. What was the idea of bishop d3? Yeah, bishop d3 was not a good idea. Has been such an amazingly tactical game, and what I found very difficult about this game was there are certain times when we have seen at landscapes. This is a landscape of the position, and let's remember this tactical pattern at such a situation. But in this game, it kept changing. If one variation was working at some point, the next time it was not working for some reason. This slight subtle change was changing the whole scenario. So this game was tactically extremely tough to keep it absolutely in control. It was very hard towards the end. Rook d1 Gukesh plays, threatens bishop f5 ideas, but bishop f5, the rook which threatens disco, it is now threatened itself. And can you go bishop c2? But the queen can anyway go. Oops, queen can go queen c4. Yeah, also can take here. So bishop b3, rook is attacked, and if you go rook d2 now, then there is check. If king goes here, this knight protects the h4, so attacking the knight, challenging the queen exchange. So bishop b3 has been played. I'm not sure if Gukesh is going to, how many moves here? Yeah, 44 moves. Gukesh has 119 seconds. Saurabh says he always needs to have 10 minutes of surplus time when playing against super GMs. Otherwise, it will not end well for him. Not always, but yes, Hikaru is definitely very well known for his, playing in less time. So, makes some sense. Jai Pandit says, remember Pragnanda's game in Sharjah? Let's hope for a miracle. Yeah, that game was so crazy. Like, he was just losing. And how tables turned. What was his opponent's name? I forgot. Oh, few moves have happened, by the way. Rook d8 was played. Rook d2. h5 played by Gukesh. Queen g4 plays Nakamura. Queen e3 by Gukesh. And what? Bishop d4. Is that a blunder or what? Oh my god. 1 second. I'm not able to believe this. Bishop d4. Oh, but even Gukesh blunders. Why? Oh, it was so hard to find. But he had an opportunity. Oh my god. Once again, because of the knight on g6 and pawn, Hikaru resigned. No, how can Hikaru resign? No. Hikaru blundered. But it was not easy to spot. The move for Gukesh here was bishop f1, guys. So that if you take the queen, there is a back rank mate. The king goes to h7, then it's a checkmate. If the king goes to f7, it's a checkmate from here. So that's why you cannot go there. And you cannot take the queen. So bishop f1 pinning the rook was the whole idea. But Gukesh did not play that. This was the important moment. He did not play that. Now threatening queen e6. What he played was, also if nothing, there was bishop f5 as well. Lot of tactics. Let's not go into that. Not 97 here. First queen b3. Yeah, the pin as we knew. But Gukesh went bishop e2. Hikaru played queen e4. Gukesh took queen e4, fe4, and now he goes king f1. There is no chance at this point of time, but yes, he did have this slight opportunity. It was really crazy. I believe he would not have had any time there. And once again, we saw both of them missing a move like bishop f1. When two strong chess players, 2700 above, miss such a move, we know it cannot be easy practically, for sure. But yes, there was this opportunity. I do wonder bishop f5 though, because it directly attacked the bishop here, and you can definitely spot this mating idea. So bishop f5 was definitely a good chance for Gukesh. I think he would have never even, sometimes you trust your opponent so much that you can't even believe that he'll go wrong at that point of time. And when especially the opponent is Hikaru Nakamura, you just can't think in such a situation things can go wrong. But once again, we have a lesson there. Yes, anybody can make a mistake. Absolutely anybody. Gukesh goes b3. Do you think there can be a chance? Some piece sacrifice, some bishop versus two bishops. Who knows? b3 has been played. Still not. One of the pawn has to go on passer. Here on this side, it's 3 versus 3. Everything is defended there. No, it's not so easy to even collect that pawn there. Guys, nobody is resigned yet. So b3, this is the current position which we are having. In the meantime, there is a result. Firuza has beaten Shakhriyar Mamedov. Now that is very surprising because Shak was pressing. He had a better position. Aryan Tari has lost to Nadirbek. Again, a very surprising result because Aryan was clearly better. Let's go to the next game. Bishop b5 check, king e1. Look at these two bishops. They are absolutely like missiles, and though the king is trying to go to this side so that one of the passer can be held, it's hard because now these pawns are becoming weak. So bishop d4 there. He goes bishop d5, attacking the e4 pawn. Time to take this pawn, and Gukesh will try to take the e4 pawn. Only slight chance could be that you sacrifice the knight for these two pawns, and you have won one pawn because of something of the king. I mean, these are exchanged and you have won the pawn. So that could be a slight chance. Let's see. Bishop d5 by Gukesh. But that opportunity still is flabbergasting, yeah? Which Gukesh had. कीर्तना से ये लड़का सोने नहीं दे रहा है. Yes, totally. Satvik says he can have opportunity again. Absolutely optimistic thinking, Satvik. Bishop f2 was played. Bishop d4, bishop d5, and Gukesh goes knight. Now this knight has been the same knight which was causing a lot of trouble. Suddenly it became really a bad piece. Except for that one time when Gukesh had this opportunity where he could create the mating attack. Bishop g8. Look at this bishop. Avara. Can't really attack anything. There's nothing on light square. Ek pawn tha. It has been taken. But now the double bishops and the king. Naka is completely in control. The only game which is going on. Magnus's Armageddon has been over. Magnus beat Wesley. Oh, by the way, Anish Giri versus Fabiano has ended in a draw. So they will also play an Armageddon. What will be the result? No, this seems absolutely difficult to... But I'm not saying impossible that there will be zero chances. Like dead lost, I'm not saying yet. But bishop g8 has been played. Look at this. No, everything is defended. What do you even attack? The thing which I said, that the knight is gone for 2 pawns, but it can't go for 2 pawns. Whenever it takes, there is a take. So this pawn needs to exchange, and for that you need to go g5. Now how can you go g5 so easily? Not going to happen there. So oops. Yeah, that one opportunity was really guys, all those who had missed over here, at this point. Bishop f1, what a move. Both of them missed it. Bishop f7 now. Bishop f6 by Nakamura. Game goes ahead. Knight is attacked. Where do you go? Knight f3. But if you go knight g6, you block the support and you lose another pawn. In a way, knight f3 is forced now for Gukesh. Oh, he goes knight f3, bishop c6, bishop g6, and a few moves happening there. Bishop d3, g4, and now after bishop e6, this guy is also attacked. Finally, you have to either go knight h2, which means the knight will be attacked and you will lose the g pawn anyway, or you will have to make a move like g5, allow at g5, and lose another pawn in this way. So this is gone. Yeah, resigned. Yeah, one meeting and Gukesh is losing. Exactly, I think he missed some 2-3 moves were not the best, and I think in time pressure it was not very easy. The position was already very tough, so he lost the game. But still, I cannot not say this. It was such a brilliant game which Gukesh played today. Like literally, the courage you are able to see, guys, it's commendable. You don't fear a player like Nakamura. When you don't fear him, you know which path you are for sure. So, no matter what, no matter what the result is, but I would still say the courage which Gukesh showed at some points where he could have simplified things, but he didn't go for simplifications. Really amazing. Definitely towards the end, it was a. I can definitely say it was a little bit of heartbreak because the way he played this game was beautiful. Great opening, amazing. When Naka had prepared this Tarash and Gukesh came out of the opening, really had no problems there. Was, yeah, Naka managed today he was saved, that's what we can say. I think if I had to show you the critical moments, then it was rook e1, not here. In fact, I would say practically, yeah, over here. In fact, practically even rook e1, I am not sure if it was a great idea to, shift this. Maybe h4 was a possibility to try it out. But rook e1, nevertheless, here I think important was to go rook c4. It would have been a beautiful game if rook c4 was found. Here it was very important to not go queen e5. I think this was definitely an inaccuracy on 26th move. Still not like he just didn't lose control directly. That was the whole point. Even if he made an inaccuracy, it was just a slight one, subtle one. He went rook a c8. After takes queen e2, he went back, he rectified his things, went queen c6, and finally over here, I think at this point of time he started being ambitious. I think he found everything was safe, and then here he started being ambitious, but maybe it was still important to go to play safer. Knight g5, knight a5, h4, and yeah, here finally a5 once again. The tactics were quite weird and unusual. You don't see them often. Plus constant change, as I am saying, that every move had a different kind of tactics. Such a rich tactical game he's able to create every game. Yeah, yesterday was also similar. Rook e1 here was the final mistake. In fact, rook c8 was a very very important move. Takes, and then going back queen e3, then bringing the knight to f4. It was so close to drawing this game here, but yes, it happened. Sad for Gukesh. He had some chances. Hope he comes back very strongly. Absolutely. Tomorrow, who is he playing with? Do you know that, guys? And we will see you tomorrow. Thank you so much. Today you were there. We analyzed a lot of things in depth. We did quite advanced in that sense. The questions were advanced. So thank you for being there. And Guki OP, absolutely Arka. Guys, we will keep cheering for him. So tomorrow 8:30, see you again. And also lot of other tournaments are starting tomorrow with its match with Peter Swidler, Ronak's match with Nigel Short, and a rating tournament in Nagpur. So lot of chess happening around. Hope you guys get some rest as well and have a great day. So see you tomorrow. Bye bye.